Honorable members, at the break, we were debating a compendium of bills. Presume we are now ready. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't have thought of anything less than for you to return as I rise from my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know you and me and you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. I like your hairdo.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Had that for the campaign launch. They let me go on the big stage. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity in your honorable House. I am here again on behalf of the great constituents of St. Anne's in what may be the last week of Parliament under this current government term. Of course, that's not in my power. That's just a prediction that'll either be accurate or will be made again next week until it is accurate, Madam Speaker.
You ready yet?
I want to prophesize it, Madam Speaker. This is the last week. And today's water, Madam Speaker, it's not quite as good as the Nago water, but it's still clear and it still tasted nice. Before I get into today's debate topic, Madam Speaker, I'm still in my first minute. I would like to just highlight the fact that there continue to be a number of pothole issues in the St. Anne's constituency. A constituent recently identified potholes along Camperdown Drive in the area of Dodge Road. We also have two very large road obstructions. Water and Sewage would have dug holes in the area of Sir Franklin and Lady Sharon Wilson's property along Eastern Road. If both of those could be paved over sooner than later, there's less likely to be any road fatalities as a result. As you come down Shirley Street, once you approach Doctors Hospital, it had been covered up, but again, another water and sewage hole. It had been covered up, I think, with a metal sheet for a while. Now it's just sand, and because of recent rains, the sand has a massive divot opening that if a bike was to ride through there, a scooter, a motorbike, it would definitely lose control. Want to have that covered up as well to avoid any traffic fatalities. We're recently experiencing a number of unexpected deaths in the country with two police shootings in less than 24 hours. Madam Speaker, one not far from my law practice on Village Road in the early hours of this morning, and the other by the plantation premises near Caves Heights. Both very serious incidents, but as a member of Parliament, persons reach out to us, and I've been contacted with regard to the one at the plantation site, where there are apparently a number of witnesses who, as of this morning, still hadn't been contacted for statements by the police. I have every confidence the police are conducting a proper and thorough investigation, and ask that they get around to all known witnesses as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, we are debating a compendium of bills today, and those include the Education Bill, as well as the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill and the National Youth Commission Bill. Even though these are under different ministries, they're being debated as a compendium. Madam Speaker, it seems as though government is putting on its best clothes as they approach election now. Last week, I think we debated 3 bills in one day: the Bosine Land Resolution, we debated the Junkanoo Authority, and we debated the CAPAS Performing Arts Bill. So that took care of land and culture, and now we are getting our cap and gloves ironed and pressed and dusted off for education. The government obviously is seeking to go into this election with something to say for itself, if not anything much to show. It's fantastic water, Madam Speaker. So what I would like to do since I have the privilege, since no one else has been kind enough to do it yet, is I would like to recognize a young Bahamian by the name of Kerwin Turnquest. He is the recent Bahamas National Spelling Bee champion. Obviously an excellent young man, applying himself, taking full advantage of his education. I'd like to congratulate him here in the Honorable House of Assembly, ensure that his name is on the permanent Hansard record. And to also recognize his caring parents, Mr. Roderick and Beverly Turnquest. Congratulations to the Turnquest family, especially to Mr. Kerwin Turnquest, our National Spelling Bee champion.
I agree. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start off my contribution to the education bill with a well-known quote from Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. That is a quote that others may have heard before, but it is definitely a quote to hold close as we go through the debate today. Madam Speaker, education reform of the Education Act in particular, was an exercise that began under the last F&M administration. Former Minister Jeff Lloyd went to UNESCO to begin the review of the Education Act process, and Deputy Permanent Secretary Dr. Fitzcharles led the continued effort of reform. F&M Minister Lloyd and the last administration got very far with the review, but as preparation for the draft legislation was being prepared, knowing all elements and how significant a review the process was going to be, even without Dorian, Madam Speaker, the process was not going to be completed in one term. So we are grateful to all of the hard-working persons at the Ministry of Education.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
Try to take the high road on the issue and give due credit to Jeff Lloyd when he served as Minister of Education. The process began under Minister Jerome Fitzgerald. The record is clear. And at the end of the day, you know, everyone puts their hand in. This tribalistic approach you're coming with is very unsavory. You know, just speak the truth.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister Jeff Lloyd advised that he never saw any documentation indicating that former Minister Jerome Fitzgerald began the process with UNESCO. I remember Minister Fitzgerald's time highlights with the Rubis fuel leak as well as the Nole prosecute, but I don't recall seeing anything with regard to education. But however, the process began. It was largely contributed, if not began, under the last F&M administration, Madam Speaker. Largely contributed, if not began, under the last F&M administration, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the review included homeschooling, preschool, and because of the extensive nature, as I said, it couldn't have been completed in the last term despite Dorian, so nevertheless, it would have taken more time. Proper recognition to all of those at the Ministry of Education that continued the process on the civil servant side through many administrations. That work is now before the House of Assembly, and with the support of both sides of the House, it will be passed, Madam Speaker. Additionally, I'd like to identify that it was the F&M that Madam Speaker, in a classroom, it's common practice for all students to remain quiet while one student is on the floor speaking, but clearly those lessons from childhood don't carry always into the House of Assembly. So I'll try, Madam Speaker, to continue my contribution. Madam Minister of Education is doing her best to interrupt my contribution, Madam Speaker, and the fact that I'm having to recognize her is a clear indication that not only is she doing her best to distract me, she is succeeding, and that is contrary to the rules of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I continue, the F&M implemented the virtual school on September 1st, 2019. That was one day before Dorian, Madam Speaker. That was the first virtual school system in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, if not the Caribbean. Madam Speaker, you weren't here this morning, but the statement was made by either the mover or seconder that there was very little to nothing done by the F&M with regard to education. So some of what I'm saying is to ensure the public is not misled. So as I said, Madam Speaker, the F&M implemented the virtual school on September 1st, 2019, the day before Dorian. That was the first in the Bahamas, if not in the Caribbean. The virtual school first appeared in the 1992 F&M Manifesto under the term at that time called distant learning. The current PLP government has, however, de-emphasized, if not sidelined, the potential and effectiveness of the virtual school. And then what else, Madam Speaker, the F&M did for education, not already highlighted by St. Barnabas, is with regard to the actual construction of schools, Madam Speaker. You have a public school, early learning campus in Inagua. We have built a school in Inagua. We've built schools throughout the Commonwealth. So schools that were built, CV Bethel, built under F&M administrations. Jack Hayward, built under F&M administrations. Doris Johnson, built under F&M administrations. St. George's High, built under F&M administrations. Upgrades to schools under F&M administrations include Woodstock Primary, as well as Albury Sales Primary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I understand about solely that I can give credit to the current PLP government with regard to education is my recent visit to Inagua for the funeral of the late Ivan Nixon. I was able to spend time in the Matthewtown constituency, Matthewtown part of Inagua. I was able to visit the national park there, Madam Speaker. I was able to acquire some of the best water in the Bahamas, Inagua water. But I also visited the school campus there. And the school campus has been, since fires destroyed 2 structures, in desperate need of refurbishment and reconstruction. While it has not received that attention under this administration, there are a number of high school classes that have to be held in the primary school facility. You have cramped accommodations that then see the primary school facility having to occupy parts of the premises of the Anglican Church in Inagua. And while that may not be entirely shocking, something that could have easily been accommodated, which blew my mind, was that the requests for chairs to accommodate some of the students in the classrooms made through the public school system was not, as of my time there in Inagua, was not met under the public school system since the beginning of the school year. These are chairs, Madam Speaker, so they're already depending on private sector participation to provide classrooms for students. You know, this is not a massive town. This is not a massive community, but we couldn't have public chairs sent down there. And that, you know, they don't have, I think, if I can recall off the top of my head, a arts teacher or a language teacher, second language teacher. It's just, you know, there are definitely some small things definitely some small things that at the bare minimum should be met by every administration, every term when it comes to ensuring that we do not only our part to improve education in our Family Island communities, but at least meet the need and maintain the level of education in our Family Island communities. Additional things that I give the current administration credit for over the last term with regard to education. I know that we were given a glowing report, and credit to all those that had a hand in it, Madam Speaker, but I can't look away from some of the other concerning issues that were experienced under this last administration. As recently as October of 2025, on October 15th, Madam Speaker, there was a notice in the paper that a number of students of the total teaching workforce, Madam Speaker, 1,130 teachers were absent across the Bahamas to date. This is per the Nassau Guardian on October 15th of 2025. Education officials confirmed 1,130 teachers were absent across the Bahamas, and 6 of the public schools were closed early due to operational challenges. That is one thing, Madam Speaker, that came up and upset the members of the public, including myself. We also have another story. We also have another.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
An honorable house. I understand that the toxicity that comes from St. Anne's on a chronic basis. No problem, we understand that and we expect it. But when you read a headline about 1,000, what he said, teachers missing, it was industrial action, and and that's what that story relates to. I don't know what point he's seeking to make. If you could tell us what your point is, we'd appreciate it. Okay, because according to you, nothing good is happening in the Bahamas or in education. Nothing good is happening in the Bahamas, except when the FNM get in power. According to you, then everything is good. Okay. Well, they did nothing. So Madam Speaker, the member, I understand the one-dimensional thing. We could sit here and endure it. It's very partial. I'm trying to find out now about this claim for chairs in Inagua. Chairs are not a big thing. I'd love to see when the request was made and why it wasn't done. But the truth about Inagua and what their real gripe is, Madam Speaker, is that the former Prime Minister, Hubert Ingram, went there and promised a new school. It wasn't delivered, and then the administration did not deliver it. Now, what we have done, I want to thank the Minister of Works, we've completed the plans for a brand new school in Inagua. We've taken this further than they ever did. So when you want to talk about Inagua, you need to talk about that broken promise that your team made to those people of Inagua. And on the teacher you mentioned in language arts, there is a shortage of teachers in specific areas, and that is, in fact, a teacher out of Guyana that we were able to get there. And the PTA the Parent Teachers Association, was very grateful that we were able to meet the demand in that community. Okay, so please don't cause me to keep getting up, man.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe students can sit on plans in the classroom in Inagua, in Matthewtown, but it's nice to know that plans were done. So you also have the situation on September 2nd reported in the Nassau Guardian. Again, the Nassau Guardian, September 2nd, 2025. It says, while thousands of students headed back to the classroom yesterday, the Ministry of Education said it is still contending with staff shortages at some schools. So, Madam Speaker, another aspect of this government's term at the helm of the Ministry of Education. And then on in the news on the 21st of March of 2026. You have reported by Our News, an 8-year-old girl is in a cast after an alleged bullying incident at primary school in West Grand, Bahama. Madam Speaker, there still continues to be
The chair recognizes.
Now, bringing children into the matter, you're going over the top, because that incident involved other children who have parents in West Grand, Bahama. So be careful what you bring here. On that, I heard the parent of the child. I also heard the deputy, the district superintendent, and the district education officer who explained the incident in accordance with the bus driver who was there, the security officer who was there, and other members of the school's administration. Please do not come in here and cause mischief on matters you know nothing about.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So you have this incident reported in Our News, and then in the Nassau Guardian.
Honorable member. The minister with the portfolio for education gave an explanation to his honorable house, and I do think that that's a sensitive topic, and it's dealing with minors, and we have to be careful how we handle the business of children in this honorable assembly. These things, they go in the notes forever. That child is eventually going to grow up and become an adult. All parties concerned. We don't need to do that, okay? And we don't need to go down that road. We're discussing the bill. Let's discuss the good of the bill or whatever it is that you don't like about the bill, but don't bring the children into it, not the minors. All of us are parents, and we wouldn't want that to happen.
So, Madam Speaker, then on March 2nd, we also had an incident that many members of the public had seen, reported in Eyewitness News, Madam Speaker. 7 students charged after violent brawl at Doris Johnson. This was under this current PLP administration. Madam Speaker, would you please ask Engliston to refrain from the disgusting words she is sending my way in an honorable House of Assembly? I am not. This is what we are debating a bill about education. Okay? We're debating a bill about what's happened and why things need to change since 1962 when the original Education Act was enacted. That's an act that the PLP had 25 years to amend.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
and they never amended.
On point of order, Madam Speaker, because of this, this member who is digging deep into the ground to make a case in this parliament and to drag young people and children into it to make some political point, to try go after a politician, which is really very perverse in my personal view. But I gave the statistics this morning that these events have, I didn't even want to get into it because, we had homicides on the campus, okay? You don't want to get here with that. Don't go there. You don't want to go there, okay? But our statistics show that these events have been cut by half. There's been a notable decrease in fights by 74%, stabbings by 100%, unlawfully carrying arms by 41%. Decreases have been recorded in New Providence by 30%, Grand Bahama by 73%, and the Family Islands by 81%. These are the facts. The member is pulling out these instances to make some case, and it's really, really perverse, Madam Speaker. And I would ask the member, the legislation, there is a serious piece of, what is concerned me, Madam Speaker? We have a serious piece of legislation in this parliament, and the country wants to know about it. The media wants to know about it. They want to see it. They want to know what the contents are. And we barely yet, just a second, Speaker, heard anything substantive about this bill. They just want to make political points in election time. It's not attractive. It's disgraceful. It's utterly disgraceful. I ask you to, if you don't mind, let us hear your considered views on the legislation. That's why we're here. We're legislators, and we'd like to know, do you have a view on the legislation?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, two things apparent from Engliston's response just then. One is, while she would prefer me not to talk about these incidents, she then raises them herself and gives the statistics. These statistics that she gave, Madam Speaker, there's a second thing, are not part of the education bill itself. So she's already now acknowledged, that she brought in matters under education not related to the education bill itself. She has basically given a report on the criminal conduct
The
in
chair
the school
recognizes
system.
the Honourable Member for Engliston.
I know the member St. Anne's is a member of the bar. This is, yes. I've never been in court with him. But the legislation mandates the minister to provide a safe and secure environment. So statistics about safety and security are germane to the legislation. If you read it, which I know you haven't, if you read it, you would be able to participate meaningfully in this debate for people out there in this nation who'd like to know what are the facts about education. You're in opposition. Let us know what your views are.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, it's clear that you are allowed to speak in this Honourable House of Assembly so long as you say the things that benefit the current government administration. If you seek to say anything contrary, even if it is to the topics they raise, as Engliston has just acknowledged statistics again, Madam Speaker, if they're not favourable, they prefer you don't say anything at all. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to continue. I'm not going to bring the children into this next point, Madam Speaker, because this actually has to do with the Oram Bailey roof that fell through at the cafeteria. And what you find is the report in The Guardian. This is something else headed by the Minister of Education, the member for Engliston. So you have, Madam Speaker, you have a situation where the roof has fallen in. So the roof has fallen in. On the scene in this photograph is the Minister of Education herself, as well as the Prime Minister. Even one of my fan favorites, the member for Pinewood, is here in the photograph looking stunning in a pair of sunglasses and a patriotic hat. And it reads, the Prime Minister, Philip Davis, yesterday defended the contractor responsible for an incomplete roof that had collapsed during school repairs at Oram Bailey Senior High School, despite the contractor not having all risk and liability insurance and working under an oral agreement. On Friday, the Ministry of Works released a statement acknowledging that the lunch pavilion roof at Oram Bailey High School collapsed on August 9th. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't think there's been any previous administration where the roofs have collapsed, where the trusses have collapsed. We have the current Prime Minister on record here, almost sounding like he's repeating what happened with the Bamsey dormitory fire, this whole issue of no risk liability insurance. But what's important, Madam Speaker, is not only was there no all risk insurance, what's important is not just that there was no liability insurance, but that this is a major project operating under an oral agreement, Madam Speaker. This is a major project operating under an oral agreement, Madam Speaker. And what you also find is that from that day to this, there's no mention of who paid the costs as a result of this roof collapsing. Was it paid by the contractor? Was it paid by the government? Was it paid by the Ministry of Education? Let's be sure that when we go about it, we're not putting on our best dressed for the day, but we're giving a true reflection of each day of the week that preceded Election Day, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
Would not
Engliston.
like us to go in the history of contractors under the Free National Movement or school violence on the campus of the most serious nature, which I pray God I never see. Okay, so we don't want to go down that road. But on that issue, it was not a roof that collapsed. It was the framework that was underway, the trusses, and apparently something was moved. This is my understanding, which it turned out it led to some collapse. The contractor covered all costs. There was no cost to the Bahamian people to rectify that situation. And Madam Speaker, if you go there now, you will see it is absolutely the most beautiful facility in New Providence. It is beautiful. And so in fairness to the contractor, so we don't come in here and clown about his professional reputation, I want to say that there was an explanation for the event. He covered any losses. He completed it, and it's a beautiful facility for the children of R.M. Bailey. And by the way, R.M. Bailey produced the top student in mathematics in the country, over and above Queens College, St. Andrews, all of those private schools. R.M. Bailey. I won't cause you pain, St. Anne's, but it was R.M. Bailey. They also produced the top music student in the country. So now that you mention R.M. Bailey, we're seeing some spectacular results coming out of R.M. Bailey.
Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It may be 20 years in the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure the number of years that Engliston has been in the House of Assembly, but it may be 20 years, it may be more, but she's definitely not lost the fire, Madam Speaker. And that's clear today when a young first-term member of Parliament is in the House on his feet. She has gotten to hers at least 5 times. Madam Speaker, outside of yourself, Madam Speaker, I think I may be in the head of the madam from Engliston as much, Madam Speaker, and I apologize for occupying so much space. I'll continue with my contribution. Madam Speaker, leaving the children out of it, as was the request, even though we're talking about education. I look at an article in the paper on June 23rd of 2025 in the Nassau Guardian. Parent attacks principal on Grand Bahama. Now, education is not solely about the students. Teachers and administrators deserve an equal level of attention and respect. And I don't doubt that this administration is doing its best, but I think across both sides of the aisle, each governing and opposition party would acknowledge that what's reported in this article, which reads, a parent-teacher conference at a primary school in East Grand Bahama turned violent on Friday when an angry father hit the school's principal in the head with a piece of iron after collecting his child's report card. Conduct like that is never acceptable. Conduct like that is never acceptable, Madam Speaker. And this is, as one of our former prime ministers always would say, this is a teachable moment, Madam Speaker, that there needs to be proper security on campus for all activities, Madam Speaker, not just when class is in session and students are on campus, but there needs to be adequate security that is trained for these types of situations, Madam Speaker. And thank God that that blow to the head with a piece of iron didn't result in a fatality, but I'm sure it's going to and has resulted in permanent consequences, fear, unrest by that principal, Madam Speaker. So let's just be sure that we have a report on each day of the week and not just the day before Election Day. So, Madam Speaker, that brings an end to my contribution on the education bill. a bill that will repeal the 1962 Education Act that remained in place through 25 years of course I would yield for Madam from Engliston. She is very kind to
The
me.
chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
No, I want, before the member ends his considered debate, I was wondering if he would share with the Parliament his views on the national curriculum and also the provisions as it relates to attendance. Can you give us your views on that?
Thank you, honourable member.
I'm so honored, Madam Speaker. Hopefully Hansard will make a note of this wonderful day that the advice of, as was earlier described, clown from St. Anne's is now being sought by the Minister of Education on aspects of the education bill itself. Madam Speaker, attendance must always be met unless you're unless you're ill and have reason to be absent. Attendance must always be met, Madam Speaker. Absconding from school is something that should always be followed through with by truancy officers, and ensuring that attendance moves beyond the 90% mark. Ensuring that the truancy level and attendance level moves beyond the 90% mark is something that is going to be beneficial to the continued development of our nation. Madam Speaker, as I look at it, what we may need to do with regard to attendance is not just focus on those that are absent and locating them, but understanding why they may be absent. There is a young man in my constituency who stayed home from school just this year because his mother hadn't been able to ensure that his uniform was properly cleaned. So we have to give considerations to all factors. Not every day are students able to have their uniform cleaned. Some parents are not able to afford the cost of washing. Some parents are struggling to afford the cost of rent, the cost of living. So really a student that can still present himself in a respectable manner should not be refused entry into school. It's actually against conventions we signed to refuse anyone education, Madam Speaker. And I'm very glad that Engliston raised this issue on attendance and truancy. Another consideration that could be given with regard to improving the attendance level is, for instance, St. Anne's now has, as a result of what some may call, and I don't agree with them, gerrymandering, 16 polling divisions. That is the most polling divisions of any constituency in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Arguably, Madam Speaker, the largest of all constituencies. How many public schools, Madam Speaker, are in St. Anne's? 0. How many public schools were built by this current PLP administration over the last term? 0. So, Madam Speaker, what students are required to have on them and have with them when they attend school is a factor that could improve attendance. Currently at 90%, let's do better under the next government. What could impact students in attendance, Madam Speaker, is having more schools at locations that students from large communities can actually walk to and attend, or catch the bus to and attend. So again, thank you to Madam Engliston for seeking my advice with regard to attendance. Well done, and God bless you for thinking of your favorite MP. Now, Madam Speaker, I have 1 minute left, and we have 2 bills, so I'm not going to spend much time on those. But I do note, Madam Speaker, that there are comparisons between the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill and the National Youth Commission Bill. Request for 1 more minute, nothing more than that, is laid now. Whether you agree, Madam Speaker, I'll sit when you ask me to. But Early Childhood Care Commission Bill. This is something that we have to take very seriously. We have legislation now that's being passed. We had a preschool program, tuition paid under that program by the last administration. The reality of it is, Madam Speaker, is that the majority of children, this is a fact provided to me, the majority of children that are born since 1972 have a background of coming from a single mother family. Those mothers have to go to school, go to work early in the morning, long hours, provide for the family. As a result of that, we saw a lot of preschool facilities opening up. Previous administrations, and I'm sure this current administration carrying out inspections, found that the number of the persons operating those facilities in the very early development stages were not adequately qualified. And that's what this legislation seeks to ensure doesn't continue with such consistency as previously. But those early years, those early formative years in Finland, to have this early education certification, you need to have a master's degree. What's interesting, Madam Speaker, between the Early Childhood Care Commission bill and its National Youth Commission bill is the structure that is put in place. So this administration, the next administration, will make use of it and make improvements on it. But with the National Youth Commission, I know that you have to be registered if you're going to be participating in youth organizations and in youth programs. You have to be on a register. Now, Madam Speaker, when I think of registers, I'm thinking of all of those persons that are on the register for public disclosures, members of the House of Assembly, members of the Senate, that failed to disclose on time in 2026. We have brand new, we have the rookie member of Parliament didn't disclose on time. We have members from Seabreeze that asked for extensions, and several other members that didn't even answer the call to reporters. So it'll be interesting as we talk about members from the private sector registering. Are members of the public sector at the highest level of government, the legislature, are they addressing their registration requirements by filing their public disclosures on time? And with that said, Madam Speaker, again, I appreciate you coming to hear me, and I rest for the great people of St. Anne's. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clarify for the member of St. Anne's. I didn't ask his opinion on those provisions in the, his opinion on the generality of attendance, those issues. I was asking him his view on the provisions in the bill. This is the first major overhaul within the last 65 years. And the people of the Bahamas consider this an important and fundamental piece of legislation. And it seems very clear. The member for St. Anne's has not read the bill, and he came in here to make political points. That is your, I mean, you could do that on behalf of the people of St. Anne's, but I know they deserve better than that. That's my personal view. My personal view, because I think this is legislation that I believe they feel is important to the future of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, the good member for Engliston as Minister and Mover, she had 1 hour. I was given 30 minutes. In those 30 minutes, I identified that myself, as well as members of the opposition, were in support of the bill. I identified that the previous Minister of Education, Honourable Jeffrey Lloyd, had been involved in the process. I tried to give my position that he began the process along with Dr. Fitzcharles. You see, this is the thing: is people would like my opinion, but they really don't want my opinion unless it fits their narrative, Madam Speaker. And the public may not have been able to hear it, but Engliston again couldn't simply let me speak without being interrupted. But Adrian White, the Member of Parliament for St. Anne's, supports this bill. This is work that the last FM administration worked on. It was work that wouldn't have been able to be completed because of the extensive nature of the involvement of UNESCO process under the last term. And it's now being completed on the last day, maybe in the House of Assembly, by this administration. We're in agreement. We're in agreement with the Minister of Education that this is a good bill for the country. We appreciate that it acknowledges preschool and early learning that the F&M brought about. It's put on the back burner, de-emphasized virtual learning, virtual classrooms, distance learning, began by the F&M in its manifesto in 1992. So I have many views, Madam Speaker, but I don't have the right to speak for an hour. I have half the time the member for Engliston had, and no one has prepared a speech for me to read as the member for Engliston did. Madam Speaker, I would be happy to speak for another half an hour if you would give me the time. May I have the time, Madam Speaker?
No.
No? But Madam Speaker, in all seriousness, in all seriousness, Madam Speaker, The good member for Engliston and her Ministry of Education has achieved bringing this legislation for the benefit of the country into the House of Assembly. The good member for St. Anne supports it, and I know that when we're outside of the House one day after the next election, I'll be greeted with a hug and a sign of respect from Engliston, Madam Speaker. She is one that does her job in the House very well. Her father was the same, and I think our families have a level of mutual respect for our roles in Parliament over the years, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to represent the great people of St. Anne's, Madam Speaker, in continuing that legacy. But I know I'm sure about a few things, Madam Speaker, that I support this education bill, and that I have the respect of the member for Engliston, and she has my respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for
Thank you very much,
Exumas and Ragged Island.
Madam Speaker, I stand with a profound respect for the intelligence of the Bahamian people
Thank you.
who understand fact from fiction,
Yes. Go ahead.
who understand political rhetoric and theater from serious representation. The Bahamian people demand of us as legislators seriousness in how we carry out their business. This is not a clown show, Madam Speaker. 41 or 39 of us now, Madam Speaker, have been sent here by the Bahamian people to progress our country and to seriously deliberate important pieces of legislation like the ones we have before us today. So I've had occasion on behalf of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island to have served for 2 consecutive terms. And I'm grateful for that opportunity, but I must say, Madam Speaker, I have seen some disappointment in this place. But be that as it may, I am here on behalf of the good people of Exuma and Ragged Island. And I begin, as I always do, by thanking them for their trust, their patience, their unyielding belief in progress, and the privilege of standing in this place to represent communities and their public schools in particular that have taught me the fundamental values of hard work, endurance, and faith. My mother, who didn't go to college herself, instilled in me the value of education. She understood fundamentally that education is and was the great equalizer. Exuma and Ragged Island have never asked me for glamour. They've asked me for seriousness, Madam Speaker. They've asked for good representation. They've asked for results. And Madam Speaker, there is no result more critical to the survival, the security, and prosperity of our nation than the education and empowerment of our youth.
That's right.
And this is why I am baffled. I'm baffled, Madam Speaker, by how we have reduced this serious, important, futuristic compendium of legislation here today. At the outset, Madam Speaker, may I invite the youth of Exuma to join me at 6 p.m. on Wednesday for what we are calling a chat with Chester. It will be a conversation about the future, but importantly, I will be doing a lot of listening, Madam Speaker. And when I look at the three bills before us today, the Education Bill 2026, the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill, the National Youth Commission Bill, I do not see dry or trivial legislation. I see the lifeline that was thrown to a young boy from Forbes Hill, Little Exuma, who knew poverty and obscurity. I know what it means for a Bahamian child to be given an opportunity through the public school system, from the Forbes Hill All-Age School to Ellen Coakley to the College of Bahamas. I am a public school lifer, Madam Speaker. I know what it means for a teacher to pour into you, for a school to shape you, and for a community to believe that a child from ordinary circumstances can rise to serve this nation at the highest tables of national governance. I stand here today as living proof of the promise of the Bahamian public school system. Before I delve into the legislation before us, I want to formally commend the member for Angliston, the Honorable Minister of Education, who has taken the work of the future of education with great seriousness. She has not tinkered around the edges. She has brought diligence to reforming the outdated architecture of our system. She has shepherded these measures with depth, with clarity, passion, and reform-minded energy that we have come to expect from her. Madam Speaker, over 50 years ago, our forefathers secured our political independence. They lowered one flag and they raised our own. But political independence without intellectual and economic empowerment is an unfinished revolution. What we are debating today is nothing less than the second phase of our national emancipation. We're debating the economic and intellectual independence of the Bahamian child. As minister responsible for tourism investments and aviation, my days are often spent negotiating with global titans. I review master plans, I look at foreign direct investment pipelines, I run into billions of dollars. We celebrate those numbers, and we should. They represent profound global confidence in the Bahamas. But more importantly, they represent confidence in our people, most of whom have been educated in our public school system. But, Madam Speaker, let me speak a hard truth to this honorable House. Yes, it is good when our economy is booming, if our people are actively participating and prospering. Indeed, what is good of the $1.5 billion investment pipeline in Exuma if the young men and women of my constituency are only prepared to carry the bags, work the front desk, and clear the tables? We do not want a flow-through economy where Bahamians are merely a nation of owners. We must build a nation of owners, a nation of managers, a nation of innovators. And the bridge between the front desk and the boardroom is not built with bricks and mortar. It is built with world-class education. Madam Speaker, as we debate these bills, I am reminded of the timeless wisdom of the father of our nation, the late Right Honorable Sir Lyndon Pinling. Sir Lyndon understood the true independence meant equipping our youth to take the reins of their own destiny. In October of 1975, speaking on the future of our newly independent nation, Sir Lyndon issued a profound declaration that must guide every member of this Parliament today. He said, and I quote, "Political independence for the Bahamas is almost meaningless unless it holds forth the prospects of economic independence." And how do we achieve this economic independence? Well, Sir Lyndon answered that question 2 years later on January 14, 1977 at the official opening of the College of the Bahamas. He looked out at the crowd of young Bahamians and he spoke of shattering the artificial ceilings placed on our people. He said, once upon a time, the common assumption was that the Bahamas would never amount to much, and that there will never be the need for Bahamians with higher levels of education and training. What a day. The legislation before us today is our declaration that the common assumption of yesterday has been permanently and forever destroyed. We're replacing it with a new Bahamian expectation that there is no boardroom too complex, no technology too advanced, and no global market too competitive for a fully educated, fully empowered Bahamian child. I hear the anxiety of the mothers and fathers in Maguana, in Georgetown, in Baintown, and across our family islands, who lie awake sometimes at night praying that their children will have the teachers, the technology, and the resources they need to compete in a global economy. They are sometimes worried that a modern world is moving faster than our traditional classroom. And this is why we bring these important pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker. But I want to say directly to the parents of the Bahamas, we hear you, we see you, and your government is acting to give you absolute security and peace of mind. Together, the three bills before us form a new architecture of opportunity for the Bahamian child. First, we are starting at the very foundation. For too long, we have treated early childhood education as glorified babysitting. The Early Childhood Care Commission bill shatters that complacency. It recognizes the scientific reality that the first 5 years of a child's life heavily dictate the trajectory of the next 50 years. If we lose them at age 4, Madam Speaker, we cannot magically rescue them at age 14. By establishing a dedicated commission and board to regulate, manage, and elevate the standards of our daycare centers and preschools, we're ensuring that from birth to age 5, our most vulnerable children are protected, nurtured, and intellectually stimulated. To the parents of this nation, we are giving you the security of knowing that early education in the Bahamas is standardized, it's professional, it's safe, and accountable. We are building the foundation on a solid rock, not shifting sands, Madam Speaker. The Education Bill 2026 fundamentally modernizes how we teach and how our children learn. We know that we cannot build a 21st century Bahamas with a 20th century curriculum. And this is why we have brought reforms and we continue to do so. The world is moving at a speed of artificial intelligence and advanced engineering. This bill, therefore, legally mandates the development of a national curriculum that doesn't just look backwards, but looks boldly forward, integrating technology, engineering, art, and math. It evolves our system from teaching our children how to pass a standardized test to teaching them how to build a business, how to code a platform, how to think critically, and how to disrupt the status quo. It also recognizes the reality of remote learning and virtual instruction, ensuring that a child's physical location, whether in Long Key or Grand Key, it ensures that child, wherever in our archipelago, that his learning is not limited by his location, and they have access to world-class education. And crucially, it mandates special and alternative education for those learners with unique and exceptional needs. We're stating categorically, as a matter of law, that no Bahamian child will ever be left behind or cast aside in the shadows. I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Education for traveling to Ragged Island to visit the new school in Ragged Island and the small group of students. And she made the point very clearly that the Ragged Island School is not about the building as nice as it is. It is about equity, and it is about fairness. The third bill, Madam Speaker, the National Youth Commission bill, over the past few weeks, I've sat in community centers and living rooms with young men and women of Exuma. I didn't go to preach. I didn't necessarily go to campaign. I went to listen. And I heard the frustration of a generation that feels locked out sometimes, a generation that is tired of being patted on the head and told that they are the leaders of tomorrow. You don't want to wait for tomorrow. You're demanding your place today. You don't want a ceremonial advisory boards. You want real input, inclusivity. You want real budgets. You want a real say in the trajectory of your communities. And that's exactly what we are doing in Exuma with the imminent launch of our new Youth Council. We are giving you the reins. And that is exactly what we are embarking to do with the National Youth Commission bill on a national scale. By law, this establishes a youth commission and mandates the creation of youth advisory committees in every single Family Island district. We're not just creating policies for the youth. We are legally empowering the youth to co-create their own future alongside us. It moves youth engagement from a political talking point to an institutional reality. It says to every young Bahamian, we're not just making room for you at the table, we're asking you to help set the menu. So, Madam Speaker, when we looked at the data recently, we see that over 20% of the people in my constituency are self-employed by choice. They are industrious. They are hustling. They are striving. And that is the unbreakable entrepreneurial spirit of the Bahamian people. But spirit alone cannot compete in a globalized world. Our education system must provide the intellectual armor and the weaponry for their ambition. And that is why I am so proud of the work being done by Engliston and the professionals of the Ministry of Education and all those before her who has worked on these initiatives. But I commend the Minister of Education of this administration for bringing these bills today and bringing this vision to full fruition. We have not treated education merely as an expense. We've treated it as our most vital national investment. And in Exuma and Ragged Island, we have championed the opening of the Daniel Key School and the new multi-purpose school complex in Ragged Island, and the expansion of the BTVI satellite campus in Exuma. But building schools is only the beginning. The real story is what those schools produce. And we know that there's more work to do, and we know that the progress is continuing, and the progress must continue. And therefore, to the young people of the Bahamas who are watching today between the ages of 18 and 34, and the young at heart who are looking at this honorable house and wondering if your voices truly matter, do not give up on your country. Do not believe the cynical voices. Do not believe the unserious voices that tell you that your participation does not count. The system is opening its doors to you today, even wider. We are building the runways, but you must be the ones now flying the planes. I challenge you to register to vote. Make your voice heard at the ballot box. Join the youth advisory committees. Demand excellence from us, your leaders, but just as importantly, demand excellence from yourselves. Leadership, true national leadership, is not about the next news cycle. It's not even about the next election. It's not about the petty squabbles that too often consume this chamber. Leadership is about planting trees under whose shades we may never sit. It is about making the difficult structural reforms today so that a child born tomorrow in Baintown or Black Point, in Forbes Hill or Freeport, has a horizon limited only by the size of their ambition. And we're not just managing a government today. We are securing a legacy for tomorrow. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand today as we debate these serious pieces of legislation. I am proud to stand as a part of this administration. Yes. But most of all, I am proud to stand for the Bahamian child. I commend these bills to this honorable House, Madam Speaker. May God bless the youth of this nation, and may God bless forever the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I thank Almighty God for this opportunity that once again I could be in the Parliament of the Bahamas speaking on behalf primarily of the people of Marco City, who've given me the rarest of opportunities to represent them here in this place, to help not just parents, but their children and their children's children to have a better shot at reaching their goals. Madam Speaker, today I join all of my colleagues in supporting the passage of the National Youth Commission Bill 2026, the passage of the Education Bill 2026, the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill 2026. Madam Speaker, all three of these bills are an important step in the development of the education ecosystem in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the National Youth Commission Bill, Madam Speaker, clearly sends a message that we are especially concerned about youth development, the value of the organizations formed by and on behalf or in conjunction with young people, and to give all concerned the assurance that the government has concerns about who is in charge of institutions that impact the lives of our young people, concern about the nature of the institution and who's in charge of them, and whether or not they are suitable to be in charge. And so, for the record, in short, Free National Movement support these three bills. We applaud all of the Ministry of Education staff, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture staff, those who have worked over successive administrations to ensure that these bills make it to this House of Assembly. We commend the Minister of Education, the member for Angliston, in completing this phase this phase of the relay in ensuring that these bills come to this House and are unanimously supported. We acknowledge that both administrations have played a pivotal role in working on transforming our system. The bill is important. The potential is transformative because at the end of the day, it really depends on what we do in the execution. I wish to make this point, that during our times in office, certainly the decisions we made, the things that occurred, clearly contributed to transforming aspects of education in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm often very uncomfortable when one looks, for example, at the education bill and then concludes that this is the fact that this is here is the equivalent of saying that the first major overhaul of the system. So if you're looking legislatively at a legal framework that makes it to Parliament, you get no major arguments from me with respect to that. I've already said, others have said, all administrations have contributed. The minister completed the last leg of this relay. But transformation is the various things that you do while you are serving. We have served for 4 non-consecutive terms in government. And so certainly, I do not believe that the technicians in the ministry, I do not believe the policy makers, I do not believe persons who have served on boards would agree that what they did was not contributing to the transformation or the forward movement. And so transformation has to do with the sum total of the things we do. The legislation helps us with the framework. It's necessary, it's important, but it's not sufficient. And so, Madam Speaker, just for the sake of, again, reading a portion of the contribution that we would have made when in office, we built new pre-K school and expanded universal preschool access. Madam Speaker, a system that now serves more than 3,000 students nationwide. We made $1 million available to preschool owners for facility expansion and refurbishment, providing grants of up to $25,000 to 36 centers across the Bahamas. I'm grateful to Minister Lloyd and others who have helped, again, set the record straight. We've changed the school lunch program to ensure that balanced, nutritious meals are provided to children in our school lunch program, and we applaud those who now provide breakfast for our students. We increased the scholarship funding to the College of the Bahamas by $1 million for students unable to meet tuition costs. We increased funding for teacher training at the College of the Bahamas then, and boosted government education loans and scholarship funding for national and international institutions from $400,000 to $8 million. Madam Speaker, we increased merit, academic, and technical scholarships from $400,000 to $2 million, creating the system of annual national scholarship grants, Madam Speaker. We also, Madam Speaker, introduced a visionary grant program for tuition-free education at the University of the Bahamas at BTVI, leading to a 57% increase in UB enrollment with an additional 10% projected in annual growth. Madam Speaker, we also made BAMSI tuition and room and board free while I sat as Minister of Agriculture, Madam Speaker. And so we repaired and restored 15 schools in Grand Bahama and Abaco following Hurricane Dorian in partnership with local and international NGOs. We purchased 5,880 tablets, Madam Speaker, and Wi-Fi devices for students on the lunch program, and in partnership with private sector, and distributed thousands of tablets and laptops nationwide. And again, policymakers also, in their own private capacity, made additional contributions. We signed a contract with BTC to install fiber optic cable in all government schools. Nearly 60% of the schools now have connectivity, and maybe that number has increased over the last few years, allowing teachers and students to use smart technology, Madam Speaker, for modern learning. We provided all students and teachers in the Family Island communities of Meguana, Inagua, Islands, Crooked Island, San Salvador, Rum Key, Cat Island, and Andros, Congo Town, and Mangrove Key in particular, with digital devices for the new 2021 school year. Madam Speaker, we created structured teaching career paths to attract and retain qualified educators. No, all of this has not gone far enough, but these were important steps in the right direction, Madam Speaker. We increased funding for teacher training and professional development beyond what I just mentioned in a variety of areas. Madam Speaker, these things identified, I believe, the average Bahamian, and including those who went through the system or benefited from the system, have been transformative, Madam Speaker. This is our contribution over, Madam Speaker, a partial list of our contribution over the last 4 non-consecutive terms in government, Madam Speaker, and the 5th non-consecutive term, which we will usher in a short while. We will do even more, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, again, as I rise to speak on these bills, Madam Speaker, we recognize it is a bill that the education bill seeks to repeal and replace the Education Act of 1962 and modernize the legislative framework governing our education system, Madam Speaker. We support the bill, as I've indicated before, Madam Speaker. As we support it, Madam Speaker, the truth is we do have some recommendations for this administration, Madam Speaker, in terms of what else we wish they would have considered. These are not recommendations, Madam Speaker, we necessarily believe we will have any time, or they will have any time to address in light of a looming election, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, let me say that the bill clearly reflects the commitments and principles, Madam Speaker, that our party has long championed in government, as I mentioned, in the 4 non-consecutive terms that we have served. We support these bills, Madam Speaker, but clearly, Madam Speaker, there are a number of items we thought should have been taken into consideration, Madam Speaker. And so we asked the question rhetorically, are there provisions in this bill that require the government to answer some direct questions before it leaves the House? Madam Speaker, it's purely rhetorical. We are absolutely convinced that very few answers would be given. But let me start with what is right. Madam Speaker, the codification of the right to education as a foundational principle is welcomed, and it is, Madam Speaker, overdue. The lowering of the compulsory school age to 4 years old is a significant and an important step forward. The school voucher provision, section 45(3) of the bill, which allows the minister to grant vouchers towards private school tuition where a public school cannot accommodate a child, is a mechanism that the FNM has long supported as a tool for expanding access and parental choice. Madam Speaker, these are good things. I acknowledge them without reservation, Madam Speaker. Let me, Madam Speaker, in the spirit of collegiality, however, mention, Madam Speaker, that there are some things that concern us. One, Madam Speaker, under the theme of free education that isn't free, let me say, Madam Speaker, it has never been lost on us that though we often waive tuition, it doesn't make all of education entirely free. There are other dimensions of education that cost, and not all Bahamian families have the ability to pay the cost, Madam Speaker. Section 23 of this bill affirms the right of every child of compulsory age to receive free education in a public school. And yes, Madam Speaker, on the face of it, that is a statement that every Bahamian would welcome. But Parliament must look at what the bill actually says. Section 23(2) states, and I quote, that the substance of it, precisely the provision of free education in a public school, is limited to the waiver of tuition only and does not include the ancillary costs, including textbooks, workbooks, uniforms, supplies, equipment, transportation, extracurricular activities, and other incidental expenses. And so, yeah.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for English.
May have missed it when I spoke. We are going to move an amendment to that provision, similar along the lines of the 1962 legislation, which says that is the obligation of the ministry, subject to resources. I also spoke about the e-books. The ministry is now subscribed to a portal where students can access textbooks electronically at no cost to themselves. And so that would come off the table. Now, as it relates to the other, things that you spoke of, those are ancillary to the delivery of education. But as it relates to, and I do agree, transport is a critical part of that. But those other items, in my view, are ancillary. But the main area, which is the materials, the texts, the tuition, et cetera, is to be covered by ministry. And in that case, with the text, et cetera, it's where resources permit. But think we have a formula that will address the issue free of charge for all students.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
And so, again, I thank the Minister for that intervention and indicating that there'll be an amendment to now address these ancillary items that are attracting a cost and that Bahamian families must pay, and that for some families they're unable to pay. And one of the reasons, Madam Speaker, I mentioned that is because we have a clear mandate, we believe, to lessen the burden on the most vulnerable families in our country. And Madam Speaker, that's precisely why we indicated that particularly where the largest population center is in New Providence, that, Madam Speaker, we intend to, again, put in place a system with a smart card that students are able to catch the bus. I believe catch the bus in their uniform within set periods of time, Madam Speaker, to make provisions for after-school programs they may be in, and they can go ahead and utilize the card. Madam Speaker, the system that has been introduced by the government has been one of a pilot project with respect to the schools. But if something hasn't changed that was not announced, that attracts a fee of 50 cents for younger students and then $1 for others. We're saying a smart card working with all of the public service transportation providers. We intend to eliminate the transportation costs entirely for our students in the school, Madam Speaker. So we welcome what the Minister has said. We support it, but we believe we can go a little further.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
No pilot project. There was a time under the IDB that we looked at school busing universally. And the work that we did during that tenure was halted by the succeeding administration, which was the Free National Movement. But the busing that I'm speaking about is not that. The busing I'm speaking about is in accordance with the Education Act 1962, which provides that where students are not attending school within a certain perimeter to their homes, that they will be provided busing by the Ministry of Education. I do not recall that they're paying a fee. That they're doing this, they're catching bus in the islands for the same reason. If they're in one settlement and the school is 2 settlements down, there is busing. If they live in East Grand Bahama and they have to go into Freeport, there is busing. This is the first I've heard that they are paying. But it's not a pilot program. It's an established busing program in accordance with the 62 Act and has been in place, and as the member for Fort Charlotte reminded us, for decades.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Okay, and Madam Speaker, just I'll submit for the record again one of the programs introduced in January 6, 2023. There was also some comments made with respect to the new school bus program to reduce violence among students. And if I have time, yeah, I understand the distinction, the difference between that and what you mentioned with the act. And so, if time permit, Madam Speaker, I'd like to come back to that. So again, Madam Speaker, we believe that free transportation for students is an accessible initiative that can be implemented, and it can be fairly straightforward. And it is our hope that in the amendment that the transportation we would entertain, we would support a further amendment to what you have submitted to include that going forward. And so, Madam Speaker, I'd like to then again, in light of the Minister's intervention, move to the second category, which is the special education exclusion. And Madam Speaker, I would draw the House attention to Section 39(3) of the bill. It provides that where facilities for special or alternative education do not exist, the minister shall not be obligated to register and admit into any public school a learner with an impairment or disability where doing so would, and I quote the operative phrase, adversely affect the education of other learners. Madam Speaker, I want to be precise about what this provision does in our estimation, and we could be disabused of this view. It creates a statutory basis for denying a child with disability admission to a public school on the grounds that accommodating the child would be disruptive to others. And I don't believe that is the intention, the spirit of the intention of the bill, and it is my hope that the government would take another look at that. The phrase adversely affects the education of other learners is not defined. Sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Yes, I also clarified this when I spoke. I think the member was distracted. But you, oh, is it? Oh, sorry. I apologize. I apologize. You were not here. On the issue, I explained that the ministry does not turn away any special needs child except where there's a certain category of special needs children that we have found a challenge in accommodating. That is the special needs children that tend to be aggressive, very aggressive. And what I indicated, the member was not here, is that I think we have found a solution to this where we are creating a space for children that are in that grouping or description that will allow them to be able to access tuition. I understand Marco City's point, but no one has put their mind to it before now. But we have done so. And we believe that the solution that we have found will address that particular issue. And so I think that the commitment is to cause for facilitation of all children, all, including special needs children. But that provision is dealing with a difficult case where you are dealing with certain children, and they're not many, where they manifest in a very aggressive way, and teachers are apprehensive. Teachers are apprehensive.
So, Minister, might I recommend that could definitely save us some time on a couple of pages of my presentation. I believe that this is so significant a matter, so sensitive a matter that we should entertain during this sitting an amendment. No problem. So let me then continue. It doesn't appear that the government would be interested in an amendment. So I just want to put on the record what our view is. I want to be precise about what this provision does. It creates a statutory basis for denying a child with disability admission to a public school on the grounds that accommodating the child would be disruptive to others. The phrase adversely affect the education of other learners is not defined. There is no threshold. There is no independent review. It is entirely within the minister's discretion. The minister did, and let me just pause there, say offer an explanation. Unfortunately, the explanation is not being codified. Something else is being codified. Something else is being put into the law. So we have an obligation to debate. Correct, but we are in the Parliament. The minister makes a good point that there are circumstances that one that may necessitate making certain decisions. The point is, we are in the Parliament. We are going to committee. We have an opportunity in committee to introduce an amendment, because this is such an important point for a community that is already marginalized and underserved by the present education system. And so I understand the administrative reality.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The good member for Marco City. is requesting something that I think the minister has already clarified. The expertise when addressing legislation concerning special needs education and special needs children. This is something that have already included special needs experts, persons who are also, in particular cases, guidance counselors where the requirement is a master's degree in the particular field. So this isn't something for legislators to tinker with without the necessary expertise when dealing with special needs children. And so what has been presented is with the necessary expertise, and we risk entertaining an amendment, a possible amendment, a suggested amendment from him, with no expertise on his part, as far as I know, about special needs children. This in itself is risky.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, it's quite ironic that the member used to, just as an aside, us talking, member used to be a member of the executive of BUT when, as somebody who contributed to, in fact, having spoken to almost every school in the Bahamas, trained many educators over the years. Madam Speaker, he was a part of the executive that actually invited me to speak to BUT during a season. So he's questioning expertise, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, let me make this point, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the member is recognized. No, you on your feet. You have to sit down.
Members, it can't be two members on their feet.
You don't even follow the rules.
There's a member that can't follow the rules of the House want to give us advice on special needs children. Madam Speaker, the member, every time the member is corrected.
I understand.
Members,
Madam Speaker, point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
the chair has recognized Yamagro. Allow us to hear his point of order, please.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the member is incorrect and misleading. I was never a part, I don't know why the member insists I answered this before. I was never a part of any executive of any union that invited the good member to speak or give training to teachers. The member, if the member wants to go into my former professional life, I can say that on invitation by a school, I would have had the opportunity to hear him speak. And I thought that what he spoke at the time was very inappropriate for children. And so if you don't want to go down that road, because I can read some of the contents from what he did, and I thought that maybe he is young, inexperienced, and therefore on his feet he was ill-advised. And like now, if he want to go down that road, then we can, but don't take personal shots at me, because I can do that and take further. He should stick to the business at hand, Madam Speaker, unless he want to go down that road.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, there's a fundamental difference between what is said that one can term as inappropriate and what one has done in their behavior that could be termed inappropriate, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, as I said, this is an important, Madam Speaker, this is an important issue related to the disability, Madam Speaker, issue where there are persons, Madam Speaker, who unfortunately, this bill sets up a scenario of them being excluded, and I'm just appealing to the minister during the committee stage that we amend the wording so that we do not leave this place, Madam Speaker, without making it clear that the ministry is not trying under any circumstances to exclude students who may have a disability, Madam Speaker. Yeah.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
Clause 38 sets out the obligation. It says the minister may cause to be provided special alternative education for learners with impairments or disabilities. The special alternative education arranged pursuant to subsection 1A, shall provide for the education of learners with serious impairment or disability in a special school or program, or may provide for the provision of such education in a public school where the disability impairment is not serious. And then it goes on to the clause that the member speaks of, where where facilities for special or alternative education services do not exist, then the minister shall not be obligated to register and admit into any public school a learner with any impairment or disability, where the registration and admittance of that learner would adversely affect the education of the other learners in attendance of that school. And so this anticipates, I believe, the issue that I spoke to him about. I think the law is clear. There is no intention to exclude any child, special needs child, but it does give the exclusion or in the event, which I think would be very rare, that these circumstances exist where there is no facilities for special alternative services, and the issue of putting the child into I guess, a regular class. I think that's what's anticipated. But I can assure, Madam Speaker, that the law is clear what the affirmative obligation of the minister in any administration is as it relates to special needs children.
Because I transitioned from this subject, again, just as a reminder, and I'm sure the minister is fully aware, we are signatories to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which affirms, again, at Article 28, the right of every child to education. We are a country that has ratified these commitments of non-discrimination, and the fact that we have not made provisions for inclusion, we should, out of the abundance of caution, change the wording that presently exists that provides a legal framework for the inclusion on some who may unfortunately act beyond their remit. Children with disabilities are not a burden. Sorry? Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm making. No. What I'm saying is the system. I'm saying the system that we have clearly does not. We have not moved fast enough to create an accessible system, inclusive of having the requisite educators to meet the needs of all of our students who have disability. And so I'm just simply saying that we have to move with a sense of urgency to incorporate them. To incorporate them in the system.
I know he always knows what he's doing, and he's making a number of assertions which are not correct. The legislation makes provision for inclusion. It's very clear. It says the minister shall provide for the education of learners with serious impairment, etc. So the legislation provides for inclusion. What it does do is an exception in an exceptional circumstance. But even in the exceptional circumstance where a child cannot be admitted into a particular classroom, the obligation of the minister must prevail. And so the other point the member made, which I want to answer, is that we've not created an accessible environment and we don't have enough teachers, etc. When I spoke, I indicated that we hired over 40 teachers. This infusion has never happened, didn't happen under those 4 consecutive terms that you spoke about. We also partnered with Barry University to cause for these teachers to get bachelor's degrees, master's degrees in special ed, and they're in islands throughout the country. And so tremendous advances have been made. We've created a registry of disabled individuals so that we're able to respond efficiently. And so I do not accept what the member is saying, those comments that were made. I do not believe they're correct.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Another provision in the bill that we have concerns about, Madam Speaker, and it is a pattern that runs through the bill that deserves to be named, and that is the concentration of discretionary power in the minister's office with limited accountability mechanisms, Madam Speaker. And while some may be very trusting of the minister who is presently in the chair, Madam Speaker. We ought to set laws up that no matter who is in the chair, Madam Speaker, that we could be assured that the discretionary power would not be abused. Section 18(3)(b) gives the minister the power to remove the chairman of board, where, and I'm reading directly, in the opinion of the minister, he considers in this case, he or she is necessary so to do, where serious violations of regulations of the school board have occurred. The trigger for removal is the minister's own opinion. There is no independent review put in place, an independent review at a minimum. There's no defined process, lay out the process. These are the concrete recommendations as a check against this discretionary power. The ministry has effectively retained a veto over community governance structures that are supposed to represent parents and local school communities. School boards, as constituted under the bill, are meant to be community accountability mechanisms. Parents are electing representatives to oversee the management of their local school. But a school board whose chairman can be removed by the minister at will is not truly independent. It is a consultative body that serves at the minister's pleasure. I do not believe that was the original spirit of this. We saw the same pattern, Madam Speaker, in the last session with the Campus bill.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Firstly, the triggering mechanism is a serious violation. That's the fact that must exist. The process in anything is the right to be heard, and that is automatic regardless of whether it is in a bill or not. And so there would have to be a right to be heard before it's established that there's been a serious violation, and everyone has to be given a right to be heard, and that's read into every administrative act as a matter of law, of administrative law. So that's the process. How you let them be heard would depend on the circumstances. You may have a contested hearing, but that need not be set out in the actual bill. That's what the law says. It said that for over 100 years.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, on another note, the qualification question and the standard that we need is yet another matter where we make some suggestions to the minister, Madam Speaker. The bill before us establishes a compulsory school age of 4, which is welcome. It establishes a national curriculum, which is welcome. It provides for the professional development of teachers, which is welcome. But it's largely silent on the standard of teacher qualification and classroom conditions that will determine whether any of these provisions actually produce better outcomes for the Bahamian child. And so, Madam Speaker, sorry? Say it again? No, I'll say in a moment what I recommend. Let me give this House some context. When the Free National Movement was in office, we confronted a stark reality. And again, I think the minister referenced this earlier. 60 to 65% of the children arriving in grade 1 in our public school system was not school ready. Not ready meaning they could not identify colors, could not write their names, could not recognize basic shapes, did not know their parents' name. These are children arriving at first grade of formal education already behind, Madam Speaker. And so, again, Madam Speaker, as they were behind, because too many of them had spent their early years in early childhood care settings that were not adequately staffed, not adequately qualified, not adequately resourced. In response, Madam Speaker, what we did was we paid $2,000 per child per year to qualified private preschool institutions to accommodate the demand we could not yet meet in the public system. We expanded the preschool infrastructure. We forged, Madam Speaker, an articulation agreement with Barry University, the minister mentioned. We forged an articulation agreement with Barry University to bring a bachelor's and master's degree program in early childhood and special education to the Bahamas on weekends. so that teachers could upgrade their qualifications without leaving the country. We built and funded a teacher cadet program that trained young Bahamians, including those, Madam Speaker, who had a serious commitment to looking at areas where there were special deficiencies, Madam Speaker. That is what serious investment in the education pipeline looks like, Madam Speaker. Each administration has done a number of things that fundamentally improve the system. It's not confined, Madam Speaker, to one. And when I look at the bill before us today, Madam Speaker, I see provisions that are correct in direction but inadequate in ambition, Madam Speaker. The national curriculum framework is right. Lowering the compulsory age is right. But the bill does not set the teacher qualification floors, the classroom ratios, or the professional development requirements, Madam Speaker, that would actually deliver on the promise of a modernized education system, Madam Speaker. So those are some of the suggestions, Madam Speaker, we would make. And one of the things, Madam Speaker, again, and I'm pretty sure the present set of educators in the ministry has done so, to look at what provinces, for example, in Canada, or what countries, whether it's Finland or some other, again, have best practices in helping to modernize these kinds of legislation or get best outcomes from our student. And Madam Speaker, one of the things we intend to do is, again, and in each case, the decisions we make will be evidence-based. It will be based on consultation with the public, but it will be benchmarking what is being done in other jurisdictions and importing and adapting those practices that's in our best interest, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things that is of concern is the fact that already related to this bill, which is very important and one we intend to support, Madam Speaker, is the scarcity of consultation. Some have mentioned persons in the education field themselves who indicated that they were concerned that they were not adequately or in some cases consulted on the matter, Madam Speaker. And so we believe, Madam Speaker, that consultation with stakeholders is absolutely essential, and that is one of the things, Madam Speaker, that would be markedly different about this administration. There have been some ministers on some pieces of legislation that have had consultative sessions, and some ministers have done so with some bills and then not with others. We wish to make this routine in our governance, that we will consult the stakeholders because we value your opinion. If we truly believe that it takes a village to raise a child, then all villages, Madam Speaker, should be given an opportunity, Madam Speaker. And so, again, I think that one of the stakeholders, Madam Speaker, indicated that this is not a new problem. The Bahamas Union of Teachers, the professional body representing 3,000 students, has publicly and on record has described the consultation with this ministry as always insufficient. And so, Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
I wanted to, I didn't want to interrupt the member again because I can respond at the end. But on the issue of consultation, this legislation went to the National Advisory Commission on Education, on which the BUT is represented, the BEMU is represented, the BECAWU is represented, along with other individuals throughout the course in the profession or who have specialty. So for the member to assert in this Parliament that there was no consultation when this went to the union, to NACE, where the union is represented, and who would have been privy to this legislation. Now, whether that there was no consultation with the union after that, I don't know. But for the member to come in here and to say there was no consultation, it's not correct. We sent it to NACE, the National Advisory Advisory Committee on Education, and they gave advice. They gave us their advice. The independent schools were represented, the public schools were represented, and the stakeholder unions of professionals was represented. So to assert that is not correct.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, to look at yet another concern that we have as we look at the compendium of legislation, Madam Speaker. It is important for us as policymakers to be concerned about the framework we create, but also the mechanism that allows us to implement it. And Madam Speaker, there's a huge gap in the Bahamas between a lot of the training that we have done historically and meeting the demand that the training is supposed to, again, solve or address. Madam Speaker, I believe we are somewhere in the vicinity of 21% unemployment among young people. And so I think policymakers have to be very careful at how we tout our record in terms of the record number of programs we put in place to address the challenges that young people face. Probably the single most important challenge that young people face is suitable employment so that they are empowered, not just with information, but empowered with resources as well, access to decision makers. And Madam Speaker, we have to do a better job in linking the training to meeting the demands that our young people have, which is they want a fair shot at opportunities so that they are able to support their family. And Madam Speaker, again, this is an area that we do not believe this administration has done sufficient work to meet the practical needs of young people who today, Madam Speaker, is facing a 21% unemployment rate, and where in the country, any major construction project that comes up, we have not suitably prepared our population, Madam Speaker, to fill a number of those vacancies. And so this is a serious issue as a country we must address. From the time of the construction of Crystal Palace to now, there has been this cry that we do not have sufficient labor force suitably qualified to meet some of these demands. This is a challenge, Madam Speaker, we must solve. Madam Speaker, let me pivot to a point made by, to button this up, we support the pieces of legislation. We commend the recommendations to this administration. But Madam Speaker, by the grace of God, we will have an opportunity to implement those recommendations, Madam Speaker, ourselves in the not too distant future, Madam Speaker. But let me answer a question, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up. Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak to a matter raised by the member for Freetown earlier today, Madam Speaker. The member for Freetown said today, as was said a couple days ago, and I just to remind the public, and I'll be very quick with this, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister talked about isolated cases relative to persons having fraudulent IDs, in this case, passport, etc. And the member for Madam Speaker, I could do this. I could do this in the context of a point of order if you prefer. And this is one point relative to something said on the record by the member for Freetown. He indicated that there was a cabinet conclusion that paved the way for this, a cabinet conclusion under the Free National Movement. He was factually, Madam Speaker, incorrect about the point that he had made. The fraudulent passport, Madam Speaker, scandal does not involve renewals of the e-passport, but are all likely first-time applicants for the Bahamian passports, right? So his point, let me go to your point, the exact quote that you gave. You said that the strictures were removed. What we were talking about, Madam Speaker, was that if you are applying for a renewal, one of the things we sought to solve is the cumbersome process of the persons whose all of their documents are already in the system. And so what we were seeking to do is that if you are just going for, again, a renewal, your documents are there. So we are able to, again, move more swiftly. But all of the persons who are coming with looking for new passports, the requirements remain the same. And so I'd like for the minister, and I brought the policy and I'll just sign it and lay it, Madam Speaker. Again, if you're applying for new passport, what he said this morning is not correct. The fact that people are gaming the system, I believe, all of those persons, with the exception of 2 on the list that I submitted, all of those persons are brand new. And these are brand new applications. These are not renewals. Only 2 on that list are seeking renewals. And the cabinet conclusion you referenced addresses those two persons who are looking for renewal. So no, it is not true that you were able to detect all of this simply because of a decision that we made or something we didn't do. The reality is we have a broken system, and in some cases, we have bad actors in the system. Our goal, our intention is to fix the broken system and remove those that are corrupting the process. That's what the issue is. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, the point was made is what the chief passport officer said in his communication, which related to renewals. As much as the member for Marco City might not like it, that's what I've spoken to. What he has clearly done is to say that he still has faith and confidence in what they did. And in a proper forum, the Bahamian people will be able to judge them for it.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
Yes, Madam Speaker, lest the comments of the member from Marco City give the wrong, I'm sure unintendedly, give the impression about the regime as it relates to special education. This legislation mandates, for the first time ever in Bahamian history, that the minister shall cause there to be ascertained the number and names to create a register of all persons with special needs. Additionally, where the minister, ministry, guidance, whoever it is, it won't be the minister, but it's the minister in the bill, okay? Where the minister receives information that a child is considered as being incapable of receiving education at school, where he is deemed to be suffering from a disability or impairment, so as to make him incapable of receiving education, etc., the minister shall cause for the report or advice of a medical officer given pursuant to subsection 2, and any report or information from an educational or allied educational personnel in respect of the ability and aptitude of the child. This now allows the intervention of the ministry where children are under the radar or falling by the wayside to cause for identification and testing of those children. And so these provisions are truly unprecedented. There has been a long waiting list that we inherited. See that we won't say tit for tat, with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of special needs children on the list. And we worked with the Marjorie Davis Center to eliminate those persons off that list. The case you spoke of is in the very rare exception, and the ministry does not wash its hands of special needs children. In fact, it does the opposite. It puts the burden on the ministry to seek out, to test special needs children.
This Madam Speaker, I know that the minister is very reflective. I would only leave this point with you. The way that particular article reads, it reads badly. So if somebody picks up that provision in our legislation, where the grounds that are stated there for the exclusion of that child, I know what you said, that yes, those are rare cases, and where they arise, you believe that you all have come up with a solution. All I'm saying is you have a wonderful opportunity just simply to correct that language so that out of the abundance of caution, nobody's confused about whether or not we have a discriminatory provision in the legislation. That's the only point that I sought to raise. That's it.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honourable
Madam
member for
Speaker, I
Freetown.
can assure Marco City that as the parent of a special needs child who attended Willard Patton School, that when I picked up the act
afraid to say what I want to say.
and I read it,
What I'm seeking to do.
I was under no doubt, Madam Speaker, that insofar as the system engages with my fourth son, firstly, there was an obligation to provide schools like Willard Patton and if indeed he aged out of Willard Patton, which he did, and he's being considered for another school, that the only time that he wouldn't go in a regular classroom is if his conduct would disrupt the learning of the other children in the regular classroom, because you have to balance it. And Madam Speaker, as the parent of a child on the spectrum, this is not unusual. The children on the spectrum sometimes spend time in regular classrooms, sometimes spend time out of them. Having picked up this piece of legislation, I had a vested, selfish reason in reading it, and nothing in the section I read alarmed me. In fact, it is the section, it's exactly like the schools in Philadelphia, exactly like the schools in every state in the United States, and also exactly like every school in the UK. You provide it, they can go into ordinary classrooms so long as their behavior doesn't disrupt the ordinary classroom.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in this honorable House on behalf of the wonderful people of Elizabeth to lend my full and unwavering support to a transformative legislative package that is before us. The Early Childhood Care Commission Bill 2026, the Education Bill 2026, and the National Youth Commission Bill 2026. Madam Speaker, we are not merely debating administrative adjustments or routine regulatory updates today. We are engaged in the serious work of nation building. We are building the future of the Bahamian people. History will judge us in this session of Parliament, not by the volume of our words, but by the courage of our actions. It will judge us by whether we had the foresight to invest in our people when the world was changing. Madam Speaker, I wish to begin my contribution by focusing on the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill 2026. Research tells us that the first few years of a child's life are the most critical for brain development. While we have made tremendous strides in closing the learning gap that was created by the COVID-19 pandemic, we must continue to craft an education framework that is modern, comprehensive, and transformative. By establishing a dedicated commission for early childhood care, we are ensuring that every nursery, every preschool, and every caregiver operates under a standard of excellence. This Early Childhood Care Commission Bill recognizes that if we do not get the foundation right, the entire structure of our society remains at risk. Yes. By holding this sector to the highest professional standards and providing government oversight, we are intervening at the most pivotal moment to improve educational achievement. Madam Speaker, with specific respect to this bill, I am pleased with the functions of the Early Childhood Care Commission Board, as outlined in Section 12 of the bill. I believe that the provisions of Section 18 of the bill, which speak to the registration of daycare centers and preschools, are clear and will provide parents with confidence in the fitness of early childhood care institutions. As a mother, it is very important for me that this bill has teeth. And so I am pleased that the role of inspectors is clear, as outlined in Section 32. But I want to caution that complaints from the public must be responded to and resolved in a timely manner. When we take too long to address complaints, we lose confidence and trust. And so inspectors who will be appointed must remember to be fair and responsive in their dealings. Madam Speaker, moving forward, the development of our citizens is the Education Bill 2026. which seeks to modernize, amend, and consolidate the law relating to the educational system in the Bahamas. For the record, I fully endorse this weighty piece of legislation. The world in which we live today is vastly different from the world in which our current educational framework was designed. We are living in an era of artificial intelligence, a global climate crisis, and rapidly shifting blue, orange, and green economy. Our students cannot compete in a 21st century global market using 20th century policies and tools. Madam Speaker, this bill is a serious response to a serious challenge. It modernizes our curriculum to emphasize digital literacy and technical skills. It strengthens the autonomy of our schools while demanding greater accountability for results. This bill recognizes that education is not a one-size-fits-all garment. We are expanding vocational and technical pathways, ensuring that the student who excel with their hands at BTVI are held in the same high esteem as the student who excels in corporate boardrooms. The Davis administration is truly building a system that values both academic and technical expertise. As we see an increase in the number of Bahamian youth being homeschooled, I am pleased to see the extensive provision for homeschooling, especially pertaining to the conduct of homeschooling and the monitoring of homeschool learners. With respect to special education, I am pleased, Madam Speaker, that this bill contains a provision for the minister to take certain actions where a child is suspected of suffering from a disability or an impairment of mind or body that makes him or her incapable of receiving education at school. I want to take this moment to point out that research conducted in 2025 is showing that autism is on the rise. And I also want to mention, Madam Speaker, that I have a lot of parents living in the Elizabeth constituency that have reached out to me personally, some of whom wanted to commend the work and the efforts that we've already done within the sector in assisting children with special needs. And so I want to commend our minister, the Member of Parliament for Angleston, and the team that have already done the work. I can say for certain that this program that I see instituted at Thelma Gibson has been a great appreciation to parents living in the Elizabeth constituency. I also want to mention that a father reached out to me just on Saturday speaking about his son who is on the spectrum and has been receiving great support. And so I'm happy about the improvements that our people presently are already feeling with the work we have done. And so I want to commend the minister and her team for what they've done in this legislative piece that will continue to improve the work and the sector for those parents that have raised that concern but also already commended what they've seen thus far.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, I now move to the National Youth Commission Bill 2026. Young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are the partners of today. This bill creates a new paradigm by establishing the National Youth Commission, which will be a permanent statutory body and facilitate the appointment of a youth commissioner and deputy youth commissioner, two very important positions that must be filled by dynamic young Bahamians who are passionate about youth development and can relate to youth across the Bahamas. It is my humble suggestion that one of these posts be occupied by a Family Island youth to ensure that diverse and inclusive views and approaches are considered. Further, I believe that this bill clearly outlines the role and responsibilities of youth workers who will play a critical role in youth development. In my opinion, this clear focus will ensure that youth development is not subject to the whims of changing political seasons. Through the National Youth Commission Bill 2026, young people will be given a seat at the table of governance. This bill provides a structured, well-funded vehicle to advocate for the interests of those under the age of 30, who make up a significant portion of our population. As I speak on this bill, I would be remiss if I did not point to the efforts of this administration in giving young Bahamians opportunities. I point to professionals like Senator Barry Griffin, Senator Jayan Major, Senator DeSanti Benaby, and former Senator Quinton Lightbourne, who now serves as the alternate executive director for the Caribbean constituency on the boards of the Inter-American Development Bank. Port Authority Chairman Tavares Larota, Road Traffic Authority Chair Lanicia Davil Johnson, and Deputy at Bahamas Power and Light, who is under 30, Mr. Dylan Sawyer, as examples of young Bahamians who are making a significant contribution to our nation. Madam Speaker, these three bills do not exist in a vacuum. They are the natural progression of the work this Davis administration has been doing since we first took office. When we came to power, we promised a new day, and for the Bahamian youth, that day has been defined by unprecedented opportunity.
That's right.
Let us look at the record. We launched the National Youth Guard, giving young Bahamians the skills to serve their country in times of disaster while gaining professional discipline. We have significantly expanded the National Apprenticeship Program, bridging the gap between the classroom and the workplace. We have revitalized urban renewal, ensuring that our youth in inner city communities have a safe space, mentorship, and after-school support. We've increased funding for the University of the Bahamas and BTVI, ensuring that free education is not just a slogan, but a functional reality for thousands. We've empowered young entrepreneurs through the SBDC Small Business Development Center, providing the seed capital for the next generation of Bahamian innovators. And the LJM Academy, now official and supported with government funding through the BMA and the Ministry of Education. We've launched the Niccolo P. Small Meteorology Cadet Program to expose young Bahamians to meteorology. This is by no way a comprehensive list. However, everything we have done has been leading to this moment, to this legislative package. We have built the programs. Now we are enshrining the progress into law. Madam Speaker, I speak directly to the Bahamian people watching and listening. To the young man who feels that the system has forgotten him, these bills are for you. To the young woman who's working 2 jobs to pay for a degree, these bills are for you. To the parents who worry if their children, especially their special need child, will have a better life than they did, these bills are our promise to you. If we want a safer Bahamas, we must educate our children. If we want a more prosperous Bahamas, we must train our workers. And if we want a more stable Bahamas, we must give our youth a stake in our nation's success. There's no shortcut. There's no political quick fix. There's only the hard, serious work of structural reform. The Davis administration is choosing to invest in our most precious resource. We are choosing to bet on young Bahamians. These 3 bills, the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill, the Education Bill, and the National Youth Commission Bill, represent a triple crown of progress. They are, yes indeed, triple crown of progress. They are the pillars on which a modern, resilient, and equitable Bahamas will stand. It is with this sense of profound duty and optimism that I support these bills. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am overjoyed to be able to stand in this place yet again to represent the people of Long Island. And Madam Speaker, you know something? I know, Madam Speaker, that by God's grace, whether now or in the future, this will not be my final time here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute. I rise to contribute. You know, Madam Speaker, you need to have a word with the member for Exuma. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to this debate as the MP for Long Island, as a father, and as an attorney, but more importantly, Madam Speaker, as an educator. I'm also an educator. But before I get into my contribution on these bills, I want to speak to a couple of matters in my constituency, and I want to begin by thanking the member for Pinewood, Miles DeRuda. You know, about a week or two ago, I had a constituent who lives in Nassau called me about being abused and so on, and I reached out to Miles, and he assisted. I tried to assist as best as I can with some of my funding, and he assisted from his side. And so I want to thank you, Minister, for making that happen. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak to a number of issues, Madam Speaker, in my constituency, and particularly as it relates to education. You know, I'm listening to them, Madam Speaker, and I can't help it. I'm listening to them, and I'm really trying not to, you know? Madam Speaker, I want to first of all, oh, I am. You'll see. You'll see, Elizabeth. You'll see. Pay attention, Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, firstly, though, I want on the issue of education, I want to speak to the fact that my DEO, and I've said this here and repeat over and over, needs a vehicle. The vehicle that has been assigned to her, she cannot drive anymore. It's actually fallen to pieces. And so she's in desperate need, and I asked the member for Angliston to look into getting a new vehicle for the district education officer for Long Island. Yes, Madam Speaker, I think that's something that I know is of great importance for her and the office. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that we have a number of issues concerning schools on the island. Some of them have to do with transfers, impending transfers, and I want to draw this to the member for Angliston's attention because we're going to soon need 2 art teachers for both of the high schools. And we're going to need a family life and consumer science teacher for NGM. We're going to need a family life and a civics teacher for NGM. We're going to need janitresses, at least 1 janitress, and of course, 2 teachers for Sims Primary School. We have a number of teachers, as I said, retiring and transferring out. Then there's the issue of security officers. You know, there was an incident some time ago where I believe an administrator was attacked in Grand Bahama. And the ministry at that time committed to providing security officers to all schools in the country. And so right now, the only school in Long Island that has a security officer is NGM Major. And so the other schools are also requesting that they be provided with at least 1 security officer given this mandate by the Ministry of Education and safety protocols. Madam Speaker, the schools in Long Island have not been repaired since Hurricane Melissa. There's been a lot of roof damage. Hurricane Melissa, this was in, I think, October last year. A lot of roof damage, shingles, leaks in the roof, etc. And so right now, they're trying to deal with it as best as they could, but those repairs are urgently needed, Madam Speaker. We cannot have our schools with leaky roofs and damaged facilities. Madam Speaker, with respect to school boards, as it stands, only NGM Major has a school board, and I believe we got that during the last administration. But the other schools are making their inquiries and are desperately seeking also to have school boards, North Long Island High School, the Lower Dedmanski Primary School, the Sims Primary School, and then, of course, the Mangrove Bush Primary School. And so I would hope that the member for Angliston would give consideration to those schools also having the opportunity, like NGM, of having a school board. We know the vital importance of school boards. You know, the issue of amalgamation has been a topic that has been raised for quite some time, Madam Speaker, on Long Island. We have seen some schools amalgamated. During my first term, Lenton's was amalgamated with with Sims. And prior to that, there were schools that were amalgamated when I was in primary school and in high school growing up on the island. And so right now, both of the high schools on the island, NGM Major and North Long Island High School, combined have less than 200 students. And so there are persons who are talking about the possibility, the prospect, because this came up actually even during the time of my predecessors, all the way back to Mr. Jimmy Knowles, who had, I understand, done the scope of works and the drawings and so on for a new central high school to be situated somewhere in the Bight, Long Island. But I believe that this would maximize staff. This is a matter that I think, and of course it would cause unity, but this is a matter I think should be given serious consideration by the Ministry of Education. Our student population is dwindling, and so we understand the need to address staffing issues and maybe amalgamation would assist with that too, whilst bringing the island together. You know, NGM Majors is a major school on the island in terms of name recognition, and you know, if you're going to put a central school, why not name it NGM Major? Madam Speaker, before I came to this honorable house, I had the pleasure of teaching at L.W. Young, and then at S.E. McPherson, and then later for a short but meaningful period at the College of the Bahamas before it became the University of the Bahamas. And when I stand and speak on education, Madam Speaker, and on youth and on early childhood development, I do not stand here as a stranger to the classroom. I know the smell of chalk and paper, of whiteboard and the erasable marker. I know the strain of lesson planning. I know what it is to try to reach the bright child, the troubled child, the quiet child, the gifted child, the child whose home life is difficult, the child who marks pain within discipline, the child who only needs somebody to believe in him or her. And I know the joy of teaching, Madam Speaker. There's a joy in seeing a student who doubted himself begin to believe. There's a joy in watching curiosity awaken. There's a joy in guiding discipline where there are chaos, and confidence where there was fear, ambition where there was resignation. So, Madam Speaker, I approach these bills with seriousness. I find these to be ambitious, but ambition must be matched by precision. These bills go to the heart of how we treat our children, how we support our families, how we organize our schools, and how we prepare our young people for life. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these three bills prompt or attempt to regulate the continuum of childhood and youth development. That is the earliest years, and then the formal education years, and of course the broader years of youth formation, participation, and development. I wish to say at the outset that I don't fault the government for trying to modernize old frameworks. The old laws clearly needed attention. The country needs updated laws in these areas. And while there's good in these bills, there are some concerns. And with that, Madam Speaker, I intend to address each bill separately, beginning with the Education Bill 2026. Madam Speaker, this is perhaps one of the more important bills to come here in a while. This bill is widest in scope, the deepest in consequence, and the one that most directly touches the daily lives and Bahamian families. In principle, Madam Speaker, I support the new education bill. I support the modern education framework. I support the recognition of homeschooling, alternative education, remote instruction, curriculum reform, school boards, and better system-wide accountability. Indeed, the bill does do some useful things. It affirms the right to education. It recognizes that education is broader than one traditional model. It attempts to modernize the curriculum. It includes technical and vocational education, climate resilience, sustainability, human rights, and character formation. It contemplates alternative education and special education, which I'm going to speak on here. It recognizes that we don't live in 1962 or 1970 or 1980 anymore. But, Madam Speaker, as I said, there are some concerns. Firstly, I think that this bill is far too minister-centric. Too much power sits with the minister, too much control, too much direction too much. A modern education law should not be a monument to executive concentration. It should create a system of participation, decentralization, etc. Madam Speaker, you know, the minister addressed one of the issues I was about to raise in here, which is the matter of the right to a free education. Because when I read the bill, it had not addressed the issues that she's now come and addressed, and I thank her for that, because I was concerned that the bill did not speak to textbooks and workbooks and the provision of uniforms and supplies, equipment, transportation, extracurricular costs, and a host of incidental burdens that parents actually feel every day. You know, for many families, Madam Speaker, one of the crushing burdens about their children going to school are these residuals, these other material and costs. And so any amendment to alleviate the bills on parents and the cost on parents is welcome, because it is financially difficult for ordinary families. That is a fact. And so, on the issue of special education, I think that language needs to be clarified. You know, I've been in this place asking for a special education teacher pretty much my entire tenure here. 1 or 2 special education teachers for Long Island. And this has been across 2 ministers, right? And yet this special education teacher I've been asking pretty much in here straight through has yet to arrive. And one of the things, Madam Speaker, that concerned me that I discovered during my first campaign was the number of kids in Long Island that were being kept home, almost hidden. We didn't even know of their existence. Special kids. And that bothered me. But to discover that on the campaign trail, I made that something of a special focus for me in this place. And I'm still hoping that at least one special education teacher can be deployed to Long Island to help the children of Long Island. But, Madam Speaker, as it relates to this bill, the wording as it relates to special education has to be amended. I was deeply concerned about the bill's approach to children with disabilities and special education needs. I believe that a truly modern education law should be built around inclusion, accommodation, support, adaptation, and the progressive building of capacity. And that is where I think the language needs to be clarified via an amendment in the actual bill, so that when it passes, that remains there. Madam Speaker, you know, it's not enough to say we care about special education when we draft a bill that leaves open the possibility that children with impairments or disabilities may be denied full participation because the infrastructure doesn't exist or because their inclusion may affect others. And so I would invite a review of that and an amendment to that, because, Madam Speaker, a child with special needs is not a footnote in the education system. It's not a burden to be legally managed. This child is a Bahamian child, entitled to dignity and effort, belonging, and meaningful access to education. Madam Speaker, with respect to homeschooling, I also take issue with the treatment of homeschooling. I have no problem with homeschooling being regulated sensibly. Standards do matter, Madam Speaker. Children matter. Outcomes matter. But where a parent's home education program may be terminated or modified, it is not good enough for the final internal appeal simply to go back to the minister. This is not robust procedural fairness. This is executive self-review. And so a serious law should create an independent appeal route or a tribunal structure in such cases. And that same concern applies more broadly throughout the bill. Too often the system regulates and then the system reviews itself without an external, independent review or separate review. I believe that is poor institutional design. Madam Speaker, the bill also leaves too much to future regulations, and this is a recurring weakness, I think, across all three of the bills. Parliament is asked to pass a broad framework, while many of the actual operational rules that would affect parents and teachers, principals, private schools, public schools, home schools, boards, districts, discipline, inspection, support, and implementation are deferred. We ought not to legislate skeletons and ask the country to trust that the flesh will be added on later through regulation. Madam Speaker, there are a few other points I wanted to highlight with respect to the education bill. The National Advisory Council for Education, there's a reference there that speaks to the members being appointed by the minister's discretion, and the minister may terminate those appointments. That's all fine and everything, but here's the thing. I believe that if a council is meant to provide national educational wisdom, Madam Speaker, then it should be more representative. It should be more inclusive. Talking about teachers, principals, parents, special educational professionals, tertiary institutions, unions, family islands, private school stakeholders, and maybe even a student or two. So that the minister can get full and comprehensive advice. Madam Speaker, with respect to the immigration status language, the bill speaks to no person being refused admission to a public school on the account of religion, race, social and immigration status, or the language of a child or parent. I understand that. This is significant inclusion, Madam Speaker. But the government must speak to how it will be implemented. Documentation, placement, language support, school capacity, funding, and public communication. These are all questions we want to know. How will these aspects be addressed? You know, it requires policy clarity, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we see here also that the compulsory age for starting school starts at 4. But the state may not actually generate the infrastructure. So whilst the bill makes education compulsory at the age of 4 to 16 you know, and this is a major expansion if you consider practical terms, but we must ask, are there enough preschool places or spaces, enough teachers, enough classrooms, enough transport, enough family island access, enough learning support staff? You see, a compulsory right without a real implementation plan can turn into a paper right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've also taken note of some drafting issues. And one of the drafting issues I want to bring to the minister's attention is Section 35, which appears internally inconsistent. Section 35(2) says that the minister may order modification of instruction in public schools. But then at Section 35(3), it says, where the minister makes an order pursuant to subsection 2, he or she shall encourage modification in private schools. So this is some drafting inconsistency.
Sorry, which section are you looking at?
35(2) and 35(3).
Did you read it?
35(2) that speaks, 35(2) speaks to the director, and 35(3) speaks to where the minister. Right. So there's some drafting inconsistency there. So is the power in the director or the minister? The bill says both, and that should be perhaps looked into. Madam Speaker, with respect to school boards, the bill allows the minister to establish school boards where parents are elected members and local functions like fund oversight, minor repairs, procurement, monitoring discipline, and oversight of non-curricular activities. This is a positive move towards decentralization, but there are real issues in that the minister may establish them, so this is not guaranteed. May establish, not shall. I don't have the section here at the moment. This is on school boards, with respect to school boards, yes. The framework is a bit thin. For example, one of the concerns for me is when you see something that says the chairman of a school board may be removed by the minister, or that the minister may intervene in a school board heavily, right? Or that local democratic control of these school boards is limited. And so, Madam Speaker, those are some of the concerns. And then, of course, I'd like to know how many school attendance officers would be appointed, and what is the enforcement plan for that. And so that's something that is that throughout the country, Angleston? Angleston, we also hopeful that at least one could could come to Long Island. I'd be grateful to you. And so, Madam Speaker, you know, I appreciate the direction in trying to move forward with education. Madam Speaker, I also want to address, just briefly, the National Commission Bill. But before I do that, I want to speak on the Early Child Care Commission Bill. Madam Speaker, this bill recognizes the earliest years, and it regulates providers, centers, qualifications, health standards, emergency planning, registration, and inspections. I think this is necessary. This is necessary territory. We all know that early childhood is not just about glorified babysitting. It is foundational development. It is language, behavior, safety, socialization, nutrition, and preparation. And so I support the objective for stronger standards in this area. Madam Speaker, I know the government has identified real sectors that need reform. That is early childhood, and what the requirements are with respect to persons being able to obtain licensing and so on. And I support that. I believe, Madam Speaker, though, that there are a number of points, but given time, I'm going to just go to some of the major ones that stand out to me. And that is the qualifications requirement, right? I think it says an executive officer must be a public officer with a bachelor's or master's degree in early childhood education. This is potentially too narrow, Madam Speaker. I have a bachelor's, my first degree is a bachelor's of education in history and geography, right? So, and a teacher's certificate. But this is potentially too narrow. I think, what if the best administrator, Madam Speaker, has a degree in education policy, or public administration, or child psychology, or curriculum, or institutional management, plus substantial experience to go with it? So the bill ought not to shrink the talent pool. And at the same time, for operators, there's this 10-year practical experience route. So all these things should be considered. And one of the things you don't want to do is overburden small operators, because you know many persons operate from home, so maybe we need to put a tier-type system in place as it relates to these early childhood operations. You know, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Madam Speaker, with respect to the National Youth Commission Bill 2026, I support the idea. Youth development should be taken seriously. I support better coordination, better safeguarding of our youth. I support skills development. I support efforts to address youth unemployment, drug abuse, social dislocation, and the lack of opportunity that many young people face. Madam Speaker, we must, though, be careful not to professionalize youth work so aggressively that we bureaucratize goodwill out of existence. And so the law must be nuanced. There's a difference between a major structured youth service institution and a small volunteer initiative. There's a difference between a professional youth worker and a church youth leader. There's a difference between a high-risk environment requiring strong oversight and low-risk community setting, deserving lighter touch regulation. Madam Speaker, some of the issues that jump out to me, because I'm supportive of this. I see where the bill seeks to go. But there are a few things that jump out to me, Madam Speaker, and that is as it relates to over-regulation, the mandatory registration of youth organizations. I think that may over-regulate civil society. Again, you know, how broad we want to make this? Does this apply to church youth fellowship, every neighborhood club, every youth choir, every nonprofit mentoring circle, every small Family Island volunteer initiative? How broad do we want to make this? And then, of course, with respect to criminal convictions, it says that to register a youth worker, that person must have no criminal convictions. That may be too rigid. I think there should be more definition there, because there's a huge difference, Madam Speaker, between a conviction for child abuse, sexual offenses, violence, trafficking, or other issues like that, and then a minor historic conviction that has nothing to do, right? Maybe something they did as a youth, before they came into their own. So better drafting could distinguish between relevant disqualifying offenses and other matters, perhaps with a fit and proper test and discretion guided by seriousness, recency, and relevance. Madam Speaker, the bill also speaks to automatic suspension merely upon being charged. Now, Madam Speaker, the bill states, firstly, I want to say, Madam Speaker, I believe, because the bill provides for the publication of suspensions and cancellations in ways that may inflict serious reputational damage on young people. This may be justified after a full determination in appropriate cases. But where matters are still under challenge, still under investigation, or subject to appeal, the law must be careful not to first punish and then assess later. Madam Speaker, this bill also speaks about persons pretty much being set by the wayside because of a charge. And I can speak to, it says, I know some things firsthand, but a charge, Madam Speaker, is not a conviction. In a constitutional democracy, that matters. And suspension must be justified in some cases, especially where the charge concerns children and violence and sexual misconduct and drugs and abuse of trust. We understand that. But the automatic suspension for any charge is overboard. Because by that logic, Madam Speaker, a person charged with a traffic matter or an unrelated minor offense could be suspended immediately. So we need to clarify the language and be more specific as we go through passing these bills. Madam Speaker, I want to make a few recommendations as I conclude. Firstly, as I indicated, I do support the bill. As relates to education child care, we should introduce a national early childhood subsidy framework, where particularly as it relates to single parents and low-income households. Now that we want children to go to school at age 4, to assist these persons, Family Island workers, right? This would improve workforce participation, child development, and poverty reduction. We should mandate inclusion for special needs toddlers, special needs toddlers. So a licensed center could develop an inclusion plan for children with developmental or physical impairments. You could have a tiered licensing system, as I said earlier. Tier 1, those small home-based providers. Tier 2, the standard centers. And Tier 3, those large institutional centers. And then, of course, talk about workforce development pathway. So you could have a national certification ladder, or even a paid apprenticeship route, or continuous development credits. As it relates to the education bill, Madam Speaker, some of my suggestions, obviously the minister has already indicated that the meaning of free education and the expansion of it as it relates to her amendment, that was one of the suggestions. Obviously a national, I made a suggestion earlier with respect to special education. And then, of course, this independent educational tribunal. So the minister's not the final appellate authority. And then, of course, moving towards schools being more empowered and more autonomous with these school boards and so on. Madam Speaker, with regard to the National Youth Commission bill, I would look forward to seeing us establish a youth entrepreneurship development fund so that, youth could have a micro grant program, mentorship and business training for the Family Islands and the creative industries and the digital economy. And then, of course, tiered regulation of youth, volunteer category, semi-professional persons, professional youth service providers, etc. I'm going to share some of this with the minister a little later on. But Madam Speaker, with those words, I want to say that I support these pieces of legislation. I hope that the suggestions and amendments will be taken seriously to make them better, because all of us are here to make these pieces of legislation better, and so that we could have the best possible environments for our children and our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, sir. I rise today on behalf of the resilient people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, the fishermen in West End, the hospitality workers in Bimini, the single mothers in 8 Mile Rock, and the young dreamers in Holmes Rock who look out at the horizon and wonder if this nation has a plan for them. The 3 bills before us today provide a resounding answer. That answer is yes. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the constituents of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, we extend our sincere condolences to the family of the late Jacqueline Parker, Muriel McPhee, Leroy Pinder, Nelson Moxie, Anthea Frith Williams, Leon Johnson, Oquendo Burrows, Edward Smith Sr., and to all those families that recently lost loved ones. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by commending the member for Angliston, the Minister of Education, and a technical team for their foresight and unwavering resolve. It is one thing to identify a problem, but it is another thing entirely to build the legislative machinery required to fix it. They have done the hard work of looking 20 years into the future to protect the children of today. Madam Speaker, the constituency I represent is a vibrant intersection of heritage and horizon. We are the gateway to the West. In Bimini, we are the front porch of the nation, sitting just 50 miles from the most powerful economy in the world. In West Grand Bahama, we are 60 miles from the same. However, we are a community of resilience, built on the strength of our traditions and the bounty of our sea. But for too long, our children have had to leave home to find a future. We have exported our greatest talent because our local systems were not robust enough to catch them, train them, and keep them. These bills before this honorable House today change that. And Madam Speaker, let us talk about the Early Childhood Care Commission bill. In my constituency, many parents work long hours in the tourism and industrial sectors. They rely on local daycare centers and preschools. By establishing this commission, we are telling those parents that their children are not just staying somewhere. They are learning somewhere. We are ensuring that a child in West End receives the same cognitive stimulation and quality care as a child in the most expensive private school in Nassau. This is about equity. It is about making sure the starting line is the same for every Bahamian, regardless of where they reside. Madam Speaker, the Education Bill 2026 is a massive leap forward. For West Grand Bahama and Bimini, this is about the modern classroom. This bill allows for a curriculum that finally speaks to the environment of the student. It means we can lean into the maritime arts and the digital sciences. It means that the boy in Bimini who knows the tides better than he knows his textbooks can finally have an education system that values his natural genius and turns it into a professional career. Madam Speaker, We must be bold enough to admit where we as a society have failed. Too many of our young men are on the blocks because they feel the system has no place for them. National Youth Commission Bill 2026 is the net that will catch them. By creating a professional class of youth workers and a registry for youth organizations, we are professionalizing the way we save our sons. We are saying that youth development is not a hobby or a side project for the government. It is a national priority with a dedicated budget and a mandate to act. Madam Speaker, when we coordinate our youth organizations through this commission, we ensure that a young man in 8 Mile Rock has a direct path to mentorship, job training, and conflict resolution. We are placing the culture of the street with a culture of opportunity. Madam Speaker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini are the economic engines of the future. We sit at the crossroads of international trade and global tourism. But an engine cannot run without a trained crew. These bills are the training manual for that crew. To become a sanctuary for global breakthrough, we must first become the classroom for the local dreamer. To command the currents of international commerce, we must first anchor our people in the mastery of their craft. To stage the wonders that will captivate the world, we must first build a stage that protects and honors our own creative souls. To my constituents, I want you to know that this David-led government sees you. We see your potential. We see your struggle. And today, through this legislative process, we are giving you more tools to win. We are building a bridge. One end of the bridge is rooted in the early childhood centers of today. The other end is rooted in the high-tech, high-wage economy of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini support these bills because they represent the end of business as usual. They represent the beginning of a Bahamas where every child in the West and every youth in Bimini can stand tall, knowing their country has invested in their brilliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Ealing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the industrious and hard-working people of Central and South Eleuthera. That's right. It's an honor to represent them, and even more to lend my support to this important compendium, the Education Bill 2026 and the National Youth Policy 25 to 2035, forward-looking frameworks that speak together to nothing less than the future of our nation. Madam Speaker, when we speak about education and youth development, we are not simply discussing policy. We are shaping the trajectory of the Bahamas for decades to come. Madam Speaker, I also felt the need to speak especially to the education bill because I am a product of public education, Madam Speaker. Right, we don't have the opportunity to go to a private school. I went to Spanish Wells all age, from grade 1 to grade 12. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is I was head boy, valedictorian. Yeah, I did well in school. You know, my mother made sure. So, but life is interesting, Madam Speaker, because educators play a role in our lives that carry us through. And what's so funny is that my first permanent secretary, when I became minister, was Mr. Joe Lewis, who was a former principal at Spanish House All Age for 6 years. So life has a funny way of bringing you back full circle. Well, Madam Speaker, this education bill affirms a fundamental principle that every Bahamian child has a right to education, and that access must be equitable, structured, and responsive to the needs of all learners. I would like to commend the member for Angleston, the Minister of Education, and her team for ensuring that this holistic and modernized bill, that overall the educational system was brought to Parliament today. Madam Speaker, I don't think I heard anyone speak today about the history book that was put together by Bahamians, for Bahamians. And today is just the pinnacle of the work that the member of Angleston has done in education. Over the past 4.5 years, she has ensured that she put 110% into the children of our country. I can tell you we speak almost daily when it comes to infrastructure, if not 2 to 3, 5 to 10 times a day, to ensure that the children throughout this country, whether it's in New Providence, whether it's in Staniel Key, whether it's in Grand Bahama, receive not just the best education, but the best infrastructure or learning environment to learn in, Madam Speaker. Modern infrastructure is not separate from education. It is the foundation of it. Across Eleuthera and Grand Bahama, Abaco, Exuma, Andros, and beyond, this administration has made targeted investments to ensure that our young people have access to safe, modern, and reliable educational environments. I heard the opposition speak earlier about the lack of funding, Madam Speaker, in regards to education. But a fact is a fact. And the consecutive budgets from we took office, we have spent over 11% of each total budget in regards to education, whether it's infrastructure or the educational budget for the children across our country. Madam Speaker, in Eleuthera, we have over 12 public schools. And I want to commend this Minister of Education again, because when we look at special education, to ensure that we took a direct approach in how we treat those to special education. And for some reason today, Madam Speaker, it's been the topic of conversation in a few debates. Special education is more than that. You have children across this country that have different challenges, whether it's on the spectrum, whether they have muscular disorders, whether they have challenges on behaving in an environment that's conducive to learning. But this legislation tailors to that and offers children the proper opportunity to learn in our schools throughout this country. And even before this legislation, Madam Speaker, in Eleuthera, we had one public school that tailored to special education in Governor's Harbor that had a maximized capacity of around 10 children. And over the past few years, the Ministry of Education looked at how they can expand that, because there was a challenge to ensure that all the children in not just North, but Central and South Eleuthera were provided with an opportunity if they had a specialized educational need to go to school. The Ministry of Education took that, and what they did is they amalgamated the schools from James Siston and the schools from the children in James Siston to whether it's Governor's Harbor or Hatchet Bay, to turn James Siston into a large special educational opportunity for the children across Central and South Eleuthera. And I want to commend the minister and the member of Angliston for ensuring that now we have not just 10 children, but we have over 40 children in that school alone. So I wanted to make a point of that, Madam Speaker, because special education and children with disabilities and needs is a passion of mine. And any way that the government can make their life a whole lot easier, Madam Speaker, is something that we should ensure we take time to do. Madam Speaker, I also want to make a comment to the opening of Holmes Rock Junior High School in Grand Bahama that this administration was able to complete. That was left for over 4 years with very or little work done to it. Not only that school, but also the school, the comprehensive school in Stanley Key. So 2 schools, Madam Speaker, started construction under the previous administrations and was left over 5 years with little or no work done to those schools, Madam Speaker. But as we speak about infrastructure and schools, it is important to emphasize that this administration's approach goes far beyond bricks and mortar. We ensure that no child is left behind. Through the National School Breakfast Program, we are ensuring that students begin their day nourished and ready to learn. We are expanding Wi-Fi in schools. Additionally, the initiative for pools in schools will ensure that 8 50-meter swimming schools are built across our country. Madam Speaker, our commitment is not just to maintain schools, but to transform them. And as has been stated by the Minister of Education many times, this administration is not just focused on repairs, but on school redevelopment, ensuring that long-standing infrastructural challenges are addressed in a meaningful and lasting way. Madam Speaker, each year, the Ministry of Works, guided by the Minister of Education, undertakes a National School Repairs Program, which has now become almost a National School Construction Program. But under this administration, we ensure that we don't just go for temporary fixes, but comprehensive redevelopment, addressing systematic changes and building schools that are fit for generations to come. Madam Speaker, one of the most transformative developments has been the expansion of BTVI across the Family Islands, the first one being in Eleuthera, and then 2 other Family Islands, Madam Speaker. The member for Axuma already spoke about BTVI and Axuma and what it means to bring opportunities that young men or women does not have to leave their island to gain skills. It's about ensuring that they can stay, build, and contribute at home. And for far too long, being a young person in the Family Islands has meant looking for a one-way ticket to Nassau. And this policy, whether through BTVI or education, is supported by infrastructure to ensure that we provide an educational renaissance that starts in the Family Islands, Madam Speaker. When we look at the youth policy, it is very clear, Madam Speaker, that it is a comprehensive cross-sectoral framework that addresses education, employment, climate resilience, governance, and opportunity. It recognizes that youth development requires coordination across all sectors, ensuring that young people are equipped not only with education, but with pathways to thrive. This policy makes strong emphasis on employment, entrepreneurship, and economic empowerment. And this is where infrastructure and education meet real opportunity. Madam Speaker, this commitment extends beyond work sites. Madam Speaker, This national youth policy calls for economic empowerment. And in my ministry, we see that empowerment is in the young, heavy equipment operators on our road sites, the young contractors winning small work tenders in the Family Islands. This is the new Bahamas in action. Young Bahamians are not just seeking jobs, they are creating value. They are building businesses, and they are contributing directly to the national development of our country. Through road works, bridge construction, airport upgrades, and community-level projects, we are deliberately creating entry points for young contractors, tradesmen, and skilled workers. And through institutions like BTVI, we are ensuring that we are training to succeed. Madam Speaker, this youth policy makes it clear. Family Island youth must not be left behind. Through local government reforms, through junior councils, we are developing leadership from an early age. Through infrastructure investments, we are laying the foundation for sustainable economic growth. This is not just a theory. This is Family Island Renaissance. Madam Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to travel with the Member of Parliament for Exuma and the Member of Parliament for Engliston to visit the Regular Island All-Age School, a school that some once questioned the need to rebuild. But standing there, seeing the students, the teachers, and the pride of that community, it reaffirmed a simple truth. Every child matters. Every island matters. Madam Speaker, priority areas within the National Youth Policy emphasize climate change and sustainability, resilience, critical issues for small island developing state like ours. And this aligns directly with the Ministry of Works. We are advancing updates to the Bahamas Building Code, ensuring that all future infrastructure is more resilient, more sustainable, and better prepared for climate realities. But most importantly, we are engaging young professionals, architects and engineers and environmentalists in shaping this code, falling in line with our national youth policy. Because we are not just building for today, we are building for the 2035 version of these young people. Our new building code and coastal protection works are the physical manifestations of the protection and safety pillar of this policy. Madam Speaker, this holistic approach also extends to sports infrastructure, the ongoing upgrades to the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium, ensuring that young Bahamians have access to world-class facilities that support sports education, discipline, and opportunity. Madam Speaker, these bills represent a shift, a new national mindset, a progressive shift in how we do business in the Bahamas, from limitation to opportunity, from migration to development at home, from exclusion to inclusion. It is about building a Bahamas where every young person on every island has a pathway to success. Madam Speaker, these two frameworks complement one another, and together they form a complete vision for national development. If we are serious about building a stronger Bahamas, then we must even be more serious about building our young people, because they are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are the nation leaders, nation builders of today. And as the Minister of Works and Family Island Affairs, I can say with confidence, we are not just building infrastructure, we are building futures. Madam Speaker, Central and South Eleuthera supports these bills. And we look forward to the development of not just a national youth policy, but to the special infrastructural change and needs needed in special education, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. Thank you. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Southern Shores.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You can hear me now? Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the proud, working, unified people of Southern Shores. To lend my full support to these transformational pieces of legislation before us in this honorable House. A legislation that invests in our young people, strengthen our educational system, and secure the future of the Bahamas. But, Madam Speaker, before I continue, I do want to send our condolences to Ms. Peggy Smith, who lost her son, Nardo, in a boating accident in Exuma. Wanted to know that her family in Southern Shores stands with her. We are praying with her, and we pray that God will continue to strengthen and keep her during this very terrible time which she is going through. But, Madam Speaker, these bills are not just amendment on paper. They represent the kind of bold, progressive, forward-leaning nation that we must become if we intend to compete, to innovate, and to rise stronger in a rapidly changing world. Madam Speaker, the future of our nation is sitting in our classrooms. The educational bill before us today represents a long-awaited strengthening of our national educational framework. For far too long, we have been graduating students into a future that we have not properly prepared them for. Every teacher in our nation knows it. Every parent feels it. Every employer experiences it. And every student, deep down, deserves better. For far too long, our system has been operating under a framework that is no longer reflective of the reality of the Bahamian society. This bill affirms the fundamental right to education and to ensure that access is available to every child, regardless of circumstances. Madam Speaker, this bill ensures that our curriculum meets the demand of the 21st century. It ensures that technology and digital literacy becomes basic tools, not luxury. Accountability and administration and instruction is strengthening. Schools become safer, more inclusive, and more conducive to learning. This bill, Madam Speaker, allows teachers to have clearer support, training, and guidelines to excel. Madam Speaker, when a child fails, a family hurts. When a school system fails, a nation weakened. But when we choose to fix it, and when we commit to strengthening education, we lift an entire generation. Madam Speaker, investing in our youth is an investment in national security. The National Youth Commission Bill 2026 stands as one of the most important pieces of legislation we can pass at this moment in our nation's history. The bill represents a bold step towards empowering our young people, those between the ages of 15 and 35, who are the backbone of our nation's future. By establishing a permanent National Youth Commission, we are creating a dedicated institution to champion youth development, engagement, and empowerment. We live in a time where the pull of crime, the lure of gangs, and the trap of hopelessness have grown. If we do not intervene strategically and compassionately, we risk losing an entire segment of our youth. This bill, Madam Speaker, features the establishment of a commission, a corporate body with authority to implement policies, programs, and project alignment with the national youth policy. The commission, Madam Speaker, will assist in creating employment opportunities, reduce youth unemployment, and collaborate with government and NGOs to provide skilled training. Madam Speaker, This bill established structure, youth programs that builds discipline, character, and leadership, and civic responsibility. This bill creates partnership with the private sector and ensure internship, apprenticeship, and job opportunities. It strengthens youth organizations and community groups, giving them resources to mentor, uplift, and redirect at-risk young people. Madam Speaker, this bill fosters accountability and oversight. It will register youth organizations and youth workers, ensuring standard, transparency, and integrity in all youth-related activities. Madam Speaker, what I like about this bill is that it ensures also that professional development, all youth workers will be required to meet qualifications, renew registrations, and pursue continued education, raising the standard of youth service in our nation. Madam Speaker, this bill promotes mental health and conflict resolution and emotional wellness, and to ensure that every young Bahamian can have access to training that connects them to real careers, real opportunities, and real future. Madam Speaker, the young man on the corner is not a criminal by birth. He is a victim of neglect, a casualty of absence, and a product of systems that fail to reach him in time of need. This bill, Madam Speaker, reaches him. This bill embraces him, and this bill saves him. Madam Speaker, for Southern Shores, this is personal. This legislation means greater opportunities for our young men and women to have access to training, unemployment, and leadership role. It means that their voices will be heard, their talent nurtured, and their potential realized. Madam Speaker, in Southern Shores, I have seen this firsthand. What happened when we invest in our youth and strengthen our educational system. I have watched boys who once struggled become leaders. I have watched girls who never believed in themselves earn scholarships and careers. I have watched families, entire families, Madam Speaker, rise because one child had a chance. That's why I support these bills, because I know what hope can do. I know what opportunity can do. I know what unity can achieve. But, Madam Speaker, unity requires investment. Unity requires structure. Unity requires a plan. These bills provide that plan. Madam Speaker, an educated child becomes an empowered adult. An empowered youth becomes an asset to the economy. A skilled citizen becomes a productive taxpayer. And a connected community becomes a safe neighborhood. Education, it fights poverty. Youth development, it fights crime. And together, Madam Speaker, they build a stronger Bahamas. This legislation ensures that our children do not merely survive in a global economy, but they thrive. It ensures that the Bahamas has to no longer import talent for jobs that our young people should be doing. This is how you break generational cycle. This is how you raise national standards. This is how you build a resilient, unified nation. And Madam Speaker, I call on every member in this honorable House, government and opposition, to rise above politics on this matter. Let us pass these bills today, not for body, not for popularity, but for the future of the Bahamas.
That's right.
Let us declare with one voice that every child deserves the best education they can provide, we can provide.
Thank you.
That every young person deserves a pathway to success. That every community we live in, and every community we walk deserves to be safe. And there's hope and there's opportunity. The decisions that we make in this house today will outlive our political career. They will shape the next generation. They will define the legacy that we leave behind. But, Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Southern Shores, and as a father, as a grandfather, but, Madam Speaker, but as a proud, yes, I'm a papa. No, not a great. No, but as a proud Bahamian, I stand in firm support of these bills.
Yeah.
And may this Parliament not settle for small thinking. Maybe lead with vision, courage and conviction. Maybe build the Bahamas where every child is valued, every youth is supported, and every community is strengthened. Because when we invest in education, and when we invest in our youth, we invest in the future strength, unity, and prosperity of our beloved Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I support these bills, and Southern Shore rests. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamakro.
Can do that. Trying to get some height here. I have a short podium, you know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am proud to rise here today to speak on this compendium of bills on behalf of the good people of Yamakroa. I rise today strong and considered and in support of this bill, or these bills, the Educational Bill 2026, the Childhood Care Commission Bill 2026, and the National Youth Commission Bill 2026. Mr. Chairman, these bills represent a decisive step forward in the development of our national education system. At the onset, Mr. Chairman, I wish to commend and thank the Honorable Minister Glenys Hanna Martin for bringing these transformative reforms before this Honorable House. Having had the privilege of working under her leadership as State Minister in the Ministry of Education, I have seen firsthand her commitment to advancing education in this country and to ensuring that our policies reflect both the needs of our people and the demands of a rapidly changing world. Mr. Chairman, the Minister would have spoken to these bills in its entirety with clarity and depth. My purpose here today is not to repeat that comprehensive presentation, but rather to highlight just a few provisions within this bill, in my respectful view, which are particularly transformative to the education or the future education of our Bahamas. Mr. Chairman, I also rise to contribute to this debate not only as a member of this Honorable House, but as a former educator, as a former school administrator, and as a parent. Not yet a grandparent, Sutton Shores. Those experiences shape my perspective in a very real and practical way. As an educator, one understands that policy decisions do not remain on paper. They are lived out in the classroom, in lesson plans, and in the daily experiences of students and teachers. As a school administrator, one understands the importance of structure, accountability, and clarity in ensuring that a system functions effectively. As a parent, one understands that the provision of this bill are not abstract. They directly affect lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a parent, one understands that the provisions of this bill are not abstract. They directly affect lives, they affect opportunities and the future of our children. Indeed, Madam Speaker, every parent of a school-aged child in this country has a vested interest in the details of these bills, because those details will shape the educational journey of a child. Madam Speaker, this Education Bill 2026 replaces the Education Act of 1962. Those years, imagine the difference in circumstances and the way we live and the way we work, do business, educate, and learn. And in doing so, it brings our legal framework into alignment with the realities of a modern, dynamic, and globally connected Bahamas. It reflects the national vision of an education system that is inclusive, accountable, and designed to prepare our people not only for participation, but for leadership in the world. Madam Speaker, Part 1 of the bill establishes its purpose, its guiding principles. It affirms that education is not merely a service provided by the state, but a fundamental right that must be accessible to all. It places education at the center of national development and makes clear that our policies must serve not only the needs of today, but the demands of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, this bill addresses homeschooling, and I congratulate the many parents across this country who have successfully homeschooled their children. We have seen the positive outcomes of this method in education, including strong performances in our national examinations. For many families, homeschooling has not simply been a preference, but a necessity. There are parents whose professions require travel, and there are children whose health and circumstances require flexibility. In such cases, homeschooling has provided continuity, stability, and success. These are real achievements, and they must be acknowledged. However, Madam Speaker, it is equally important to recognize that this bill does not permit the operation of an unregulated school under the guise of homeschooling. Once a person begins to teach the children of others, they are no longer acting as solely parent practitioners. They are, in substance, operating a school, and all schools must be regulated, establish a clear framework of homeschooling under these laws, requiring registration, structured learning plans, and alignment with our national standards. Importantly, Section 61 empowers the minister to obtain information necessary to ensure that all learners are accounted for and that the standards are maintained. This is not intrusion. This is responsible governance. Without information, there can be no accountability. Without accountability, there can be no assurance of quality. Madam Speaker, what this bill achieves is balance. It protects the rights of parents to educate their children, but it also protects the right of every child to receive a proper education. It ensures that reform in education is matched with responsibility. Madam Speaker, one of the most significant reforms in this bill is found in sections 14 and 15, which require that all schools must be registered and accredited. This is not an administrative technicality, it is a safeguard. The National Accreditation and Equivalency Council of the Bahamas, or NACOB, makes it clear that all instructions offered or all institutions offering educational services must be registered and must meet the established standards. This ensures that when a parent entrusts a child to any institution, there is confidence that the school meets minimum requirements in curriculum, staffing, and facilities. Regulations, Madam Speaker, is not interference. Regulations is protection. Madam Speaker, Part 4 addresses compulsory education. And here we see one of the most forward-thinking provisions of this bill. Section 21 reduces the compulsory school age to begin at 4 years old. This is a landmark decision grounded in well-established research that the early years are the most critical for cognitive and social development. By ensuring that our children enter structured learning at an earlier age, we are not placing undue pressure on our children. We are giving them the strongest possible foundation for lifelong learning. Education policy, Madam Speaker, is not isolated policy. It is economic policy, social policy, and national development policy. The earlier we invest in our children, the stronger our nation becomes. Madam Speaker, Part 2 provides clarity and structure by defining the types of schools that operate within the Bahamas, public, private, and home schools, and by establishing the stages of education from pre-primary through tertiary. This may appear administrative, but it is, in fact, very foundational. A system cannot function effectively without clarity, and this bill provides that clarity. Madam Speaker, Part 3 addresses administration and governance. It outlines the responsibilities of the minister, the Department of Education, the National Advisory Council. Some may express concern that these provisions strengthen the role of the minister. And I've heard it here today. However, I respectfully say to those persons, do your research. I respectfully say that in a system as critical as education, coordination is not optional, it is essential. These provisions do not exist to centralize power for its own sake, but to ensure that standards are consistent, resources are properly allocated, and that every child on every island has access to functioning and reliable educational system. Section 32 to 36 further strengthens the system by providing a national curriculum and allowing for modern methods of delivery, including virtual instruction. This ensures that education in the Bahamas is not static, but adaptable and resilient. Madam Speaker, some may say that this bill introduces too much regulation. I respectfully say, again, what is described as regulation is, in fact, accountability. In a system that shapes the future of our nation, standards are not optional. They are essential. Some may say that it strengthens the role of government. I say that it strengthens the responsibility of the government to ensure that no child is left behind, unseen, or unsupported. Madam Speaker, this bill does not restrict education. It strengthens it. It protects it. It prepares it for the future. It ensures that no child falls through the cracks, no institution operates without accountability, and no pathway to education exists without standards. It recognizes diversity in how we educate, but insists on consistency in the quality of that education. Madam Speaker, this is not simply an educational reform bill or education reform. This is a national investment in the future of the Bahamas. The Early Childhood Care Commission Bill 2026 operates in direct support of the Education Bill 2026 and ensures that the foundation upon which the system is built is strong, regulated, and capable of supporting every child from the earliest stage of development.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I hereby move that the House do sit beyond 7 p.m.
Thank you, honourable member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favour, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ministry has consistently articulated its vision of developing an education system that builds on the strengths of every child for national development. This bill gives effect to that vision at the earliest stages of life, recognizing that development does not begin at primary school, but from birth. Madam Speaker, the governance structure established under this bill creates the Early Childhood Care Commission as a statutory body supported by a board and led by an executive officer. This is a significant and necessary reform. It elevates early childhood care to a properly governed and professional managed sector, ensuring that it receives the specialized attention it requires. International best practices makes it clear that early childhood systems require dedicated oversight, coordination, and expertise. This commission provides exactly that. It ensures that policy, standards, training, and monitoring are carried out in a consistent, focused manner across the country. This bill makes it clear that no person may operate such an institution unless registered. It reflects a principle that is already well established in our national educational framework, including through the work of the ministry and the National Accreditation and Equivalency Council of the Bahamas, which requires that all educational practitioners meet recognized standards. What this bill does is extend and strengthen the principle at the earliest stages of education. Registration is not automatic, it is conditional upon meeting clear requirements. An operator must be fit and proper, possessing the appropriate training in early childhood care and education. The operator must demonstrate competence, suitability, and good character, and must not have any disqualifying criminal history. Employees within these institutions must also meet prescribed standards. They must be trained, medically fit, and suitable to work with young children. In addition to the facilities themselves, the facilities must meet requirements relating to safety, sanitation, space, and emergency preparedness. Madam Speaker, we highlight the systems of standard that must be supported by a system of accountability. Importantly, this bill allows for immediate intervention where necessary. Where an institution poses a risk, safety, health, or welfare of the children, the minister is empowered to take decisive action, including, and not limited to, suspension of operations. These provisions are not excessive, they are appropriate. Because when we are dealing with the children, or when we are dealing with our children at their most vulnerable stage of life, the system must be able to act swiftly, decisively, and effectively to protect them. This bill builds on progress by ensuring that early learning experiences are not only available, but properly structured, regulated, and aligned with national standards. This bill is not designed to exclude. It is designed to ensure that every child, regardless of where they are cared for, is placed in an environment that supports their development and safeguards their well-being. Madam Speaker, when these bills presented today are viewed together, what emerges is not simply reform, but a reimagining of education in the Bahamas. From birth through to tertiary education, we are putting in place a system that is structured, regulated, and aligned with our national development. We are saying as a country that the future of the Bahamas begins with the proper development of its people, and that development begins in the earliest years of life. These bills ensure that no child is left outside the educational system that prepares them to learn, to grow, and to contribute meaningfully to our nation. They move us from a fragmented approach to a coherent, modern, and future-ready educational framework. This is not simply educational reform. This is nation building. And I commend the Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training and all members who would have supported this bill here today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yamakwa support these bills.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Baines and Grahamstown.
Good evening, Madam Speaker and honorable members of this House of Assembly and our listening audience, especially the great people of Baines and Grantstown. Madam Speaker, firstly, I would like to thank the Almighty for His bountiful blessings and giving me the wherewithal to stand in this House and represent the wonderful people of Baines and Grantstown in support of these compendium of bills brought before this House today. Madam Speaker, I applaud the Minister of Education, the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, for her wisdom, insight, and fortitude to bring these pieces of legislation to this Parliament, namely the Education Bill 2026, the Early Childhood Commission Bill. As mentioned, the old Education Bill of 1962 is now being repealed, and a more modernized, up-to-date, and suitable new Education Bill 2026 is being implemented. Madam Speaker, I also applaud the Minister for Garden Hills, the Honorable Mario Boleg, for bringing to this Parliament the National Youth Commission Bill 2026. These bills, Madam Speaker, are important to me because these bills have a direct impact on the youth of the constituency of Baines and Grantstown. It is my conviction that legislation must keep abreast with the socio-economic changes in our country, and these bills today are a reflection of this phenomenon. Madam Speaker, before I dive into the brief details of my presentation, I wanted to make mention of a few observations. I want to congratulate this administration for the remarkable work we have done since coming into office in 2021. I listen to the side opposite on a regular basis as they speak so undesirably about the accomplishments of this administration, always seeking to find fault as opposed to finding some good in this administration's work. Sometimes I am of the view that they do not live in this country and are not experiencing the benefits derived from the work done by this administration. Madam Speaker, to support this, unemployment nationally is lowering, and I can say the same is happening or reflected in Baines and Grantstown. More persons are finding jobs in the public and private sectors, and even though I'm working on further reducing the unemployment numbers in Baintown and Grantstown, I can strongly say that this administration has done a remarkable job in reducing the unemployment rate to 9%, the lowest in 16 years. Madam Speaker, this is progress, and I'm urging Bahamians to think wisely as we enter another election season. This government has been fiscally prudent. The evidence shows that upon taking office, this Davis administration met this country fiscally challenged. The national debt to GDP ratio was greater than 95%. Some reports even suggest that the national debt was greater than 100%. However, Madam Speaker, rather than roll up our sleeves, rather than take a break, we roll up our sleeves and we got right to work. Today, the national debt to GDP ratio is approximately 75%, and is expected to be further reduced to 68% in fiscal year 2026-2027. This is significant as the country's borrowing power is stronger and interest on repayment is usually lower. Madam Speaker, we are experiencing an economy that is robust and vibrant, with a 1.7% projected growth rate in the next fiscal year, in this fiscal year actually. Free breakfast in primary schools is bold and innovative, and we in Baines and Grantstown are extremely pleased. Madam Speaker, there are so many accomplishments of this administration. Our legislative agenda was voluminous, but meaningful and appropriate. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't urge or don't urge the Bahamian people to choose progress at the next general election. Madam Speaker, our tourism numbers or tourism arrivals have been experiencing record-breaking numbers over the last 3 years. In 2025, more than 12.5 million tourists visited the Bahamas. Reports indicate that some $7 billion in revenue has been the derivative of this historic increase, with greater to come. Madam Speaker, this is progress, but no matter how positive this government is doing, there's always a gripe from the official opposition. Crime is down, Madam Speaker, and the fear of crime is constantly falling away. For the first time in many years, in 2025, the murder rate was below triple digits. We are not bragging, nor do we want to politicize crime. And yes, one murder is one too many. But it is obvious that this administration plans are working and taking flight. The overall crime statistics report illustrates that crime is down 31% nationally. I am proud of our people and the work of the police department. Madam Speaker, on the labor front, thanks to the steady leadership of Minister Pierre Glover-Rule, this administration is union and worker-friendly, signing more than 60 industrial agreements in this term in office. Again, when we speak about our tourism record, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Exuma and Ragged Island for his steady leadership. Today, workers in the Bahamas are generally pleased. Has this administration been perfect? The answer is no. But this administration respects and appreciates the rights and the working conditions of workers.
We do.
Madam Speaker, this is progress. But if you listen to the side opposite, it seems as though this country is experiencing doom and gloom. My people in Baines and Grandstand tell me that they are experiencing significant reductions in their electricity bills. The overwhelming majority of my constituents are boasting of lower light bills. Our energy reform is working, and we are eager to experience further reductions as the full plan comes to fruition. Thanks to Minister Colby Davis for her sturdy leadership, hard work, and dedication. When it comes to our value-added tax, or VAT, when we took office, it was at 12%. This administration reduced VAT to 10%. In addition, VAT on non-processed foods were further reduced to 5%, not only on breadbasket items, but on all non-processed foods in the grocery stores. Commencing the 1st of April 2026, VAT on non-processed foods would be further reduced to a zero-rated percentage. This is good news. This is good news, Madam Speaker. And I am happy to report that the reduction, along with free breakfast in all primary schools nationwide, are vital to the people of Baines and Grandstand. And I know they're vital to you and the your constituents in Bamboo Town, but they are vital and very important to the constituents of Baines and Grandson. But if they're vital and important to your constituents in your respective constituencies, then I expect you to bang on the desk. Thank you very much. But I want to say thank you to the Prime Minister. We in Bain and Grandson are feeling the benefits, and we can't wait for April 1st to be able to purchase more food to feed our families. Madam Speaker, I'm almost done. But I want to say that the United Nations mandate that each member state bridge the digital divide. And for your information, this government was innovative by implementing the Bahamas Parks Connect project, or the Free Wi-Fi in the Parks program. This administration has installed free Wi-Fi on all parks, or at least one park, in each constituency within the Bahamas, which allow our citizens access to information and data online. Now, I know some of you may say XYZ, but Madam Speaker, I want to report, and I want to urge some of these unsavory persons to please leave the equipment alone. However, the service was placed at least in one park in every constituency within the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, the government is proactive on all fronts, and I am pleased to have been a part of the implementation of the first Smart City Port project in the region. And that Smart City Port project is right here in downtown Nassau. This government is serious about the future of this country. Hence, we have appointed an artificial intelligence ambassador who will guide policies and align the government with international policies and programs to ensure that we as a country remain abreast with innovation and technologies globally. Madam Speaker, as I pivot to Baines and Grandson, since being elected in 2021, my team and I have successfully implemented more than 32 programs and projects, all geared towards improving the lives and the living conditions of our people in Baines and Grandson, and by extension, the Bahamas. I thank the Baines and Grandson branch of the Progressive Labour Party, our stalwarts and the constituents, for working with me for the last 4+ years to plan, implement, and execute these projects and programs to address the benefits and the needs of the constituents of Baines and Grandson. We roll out programs for our seniors, with our Senior Citizens Association, Senior Citizens Transportation Assistance Program. We initiated programs for our young mothers and young fathers to encourage them to continue to be steady and hold the fort. We initiated programs for the youth of Baines and Grandson. The programs are geared towards engaging, exciting, and developing our youth. The Education Bill, the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill, and the National Youth Commission Bill are critical for the advancement and development of the youth of our country. And I dare to say, Madam Speaker, that we are seeking to benefit from the implementation of these bills. It is my conviction that early development is critical and lends to a more progressive and productive child, and ultimately a well-rounded adult. I believe that children are our future, and our future depends heavily on their early development. Madam Speaker, the discussion surrounding the Education Bill 2026 and the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill highlights significant changes aimed at improving the educational system in the Bahamas. I support the compulsory education of our children from age 4. I support that. As mentioned earlier today, the bill proposes lowering the starting age for compulsory education to 4 years, reflecting a commitment to early childhood education and long-term national development. Madam Speaker, the introduction of a standardized national curriculum to ensure consistency and quality across schools is commendable and is long overdue. I am pleased to know that preschools and daycare centers will be regularized and would be required to register with the government in order to operate. This is important, and again, I commend the government for making this bold step. I support a nominal registration fee for the registration of these preschools on an annual basis. And I also support allowing a provisional license or licenses issued while applications are under review or investigations are under review. Madam Speaker, I am of the view that there are so many preschools existing and being established. There's almost a preschool on every corner or street corner in New Providence. So it is a blessing to know that the government will regulate and monitor these schools, and that the specific qualification for owners and teachers and instructors are being established. We have to know, Madam Speaker, whose hands we're putting our children and the lives of our children in at a very, very early age. And it's important, Madam Speaker, to know that the instructors and the teachers and even the owners, but according to the Act, Madam Speaker, if an owner has been convicted of a crime, then that owner may not be qualified to own and operate a preschool. Madam Speaker, I support the regulation of homeschooling and private schools, and this is another key function of the educational bill. Now, I can tell you, my son was homeschooled one time, but it was more like a vacation. But it was costly. So I'm happy to see that this educational bill provides for regulation of homeschooling and private schools in the Bahamas. Well, I wish I had an opportunity to be homeschooled according to the amount of money I spend and the amount of free time he had on his hand. I recognize that the bill aims to implement stricter regulation for homeschooling and private institutions to enhance educational standards, and I support that, Madam Speaker. All children do not learn in a crowded environment. This is warranted to ensure that students are in fact learning and are learning in a safe environment while being properly monitored and regulated. Madam Speaker, I advocate the enhanced financial management protocols for school boards to ensure transparency and accountability in the use of the educational funds and the grants being provided. All funds distributed by the government should be accounted for, and as the bill dictates, annual reports or as submitted and tabled for public review and consumption. Madam Speaker, inclusive education and early intervention, I believe, are key goals being sought by this bill, which I support on behalf of the people of Baines and Grantstown. The Early Childhood Care Commission Bill seeks to provide a framework for the control and oversight of early childhood care and education services. It is my conviction that the Commission Bill is designed to promote best practices in early childhood development and care, ensuring that children are nurtured in a safe and supportive environment. Madam Speaker, The minister has done an excellent job in detailing the functions of the board and the commission, and I'm exceedingly pleased with the functions of the inspectors, especially the inspectors. Not especially, but I guess that's my over policing background. I am exceedingly pleased with the function of the inspectors and the areas of the bill which specifically address the qualifications of the operators and the staff of these preschool systems within the Bahamas. We support these bills, but as earlier stated, I also support the National Youth Commission Bill 2026. I applaud the minister, and I applaud this administration for being bold and definitive, ensuring that our youth is now legislated. That's how I term it to be, Madam Speaker. This youth bill is revolutionary and provides empowerment for our youth. The bill represents the holistic development of our young people, not only physically, emotionally, but also socio-economically. The Bahamas Youth Bill 2026 represents a significant advancement in youth policy, which is aimed at creating a supportive environment for our young people. Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I am proud of this administration for presenting these compendium of bills focused on the youth of our nation. Baines and Grantstown support these bills. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood constituency, whose support I am very grateful for. Madam Speaker, I'd firstly like to just give condolences to those families who've lost loved ones in the Pinewood constituency. In particular, the family of the late Demetrius Williams, including his wife Brenda Lee and Mr. Norman Russell. May their soul rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very brief, but a few things were said earlier that I'd like to respond to, Madam Speaker. The issue as raised by Sanans, of those disclosures. I've been fortunate enough to serve as chairman of Public Disclosure Commission 2 years under the PLP and 4 years under the F&M. And I could say in that last period between 12, when we were voted out, and the last election, that there were members on both sides who had asked for extra time. So this is nothing new. And once you stay with the law allows for extensions, and you see the reasoning behind it, some of them are valid. Some people need some of those reasons for extensions may be out of control of the relevant person. Bank statements, documents, and other pieces of equipment. And then, Madam Speaker, the reference to former Minister of Education, Mr. Jerome Fitzgerald. In this place, Madam Speaker, we on this side have the ability to do what comes from persons opposite, or at least some of them. And I commend those on this side for the restraint that we show on not getting caught up in some of these personal attacks on individuals who are not here to defend themselves. For some of these information that we can make reference to is in the public domain. And I commend this side for not getting into that. And also, Madam Speaker, the issue of involving violence against children and adults in our public schools. There are those on this side who have paid school fees in private schools. And we know what takes place in some of our private schools. So to act as if this is just limited to the public school system. And again, like I say, multiple knows, and involving people of high position also. But yet we choose not to go there because that does not advance our country. Madam Speaker, as I said, I plan to be very brief. I would support these important pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, I echo the sentiments of the member for Garden Hills, the seconder of these compendium of bills, when he suggests we should all just say amen after what was laid out by the member for Angliston, who so eloquently and skillfully took us through these pieces of legislation and was able to defend when asked questions or had accusations made. Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm a proud product of the public school system. Starting in Morristown Primary School in Morristown, Crooked Island, S.C. McPherson, and A.F. Adley. Madam Speaker, my grandparents, the late Holston and Ethel LaRoda Nee Moss, and my great-grandmother, Harriet Zerlina Coakley, who was born in 1884. They all left school pre-teens. They would not have been able to help me with my homework. But yet, they back then understood the importance of education. Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful to those two teachers who have helped me along the way, whether it be Miss Naomi Claridge, Miss Barnett, the former Attorney General's mom, who mine is as sharp as a tack. She could remind me at one of the Bar Association luncheons of me as a little boy in S.C. McPherson. Miss Carey, former MP John Kerry's mom, Dennis Emmerich, Ivan Holder, John Todd, Miss Rigby, who taught me social services, social studies, Philip Markfee and Alvin Smith, the former speaker at SEM, S.C. McPherson. Then the late Byron Sanders, Miss Illingsworth, who was now passed also, Doug Collins, my coach, Jimmy Clark, Raul Dean, Seti Dean, Minnie Hanschel, Miss Taylor, RK, Peter Pratt, and many others. As said earlier, these teachers in the public school system has put out leaders of today, and they should be commended for the work. And that is why it is so important for the work that was done by the Minister of Education and the Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture, along with their technical team, in bringing us to this point where we put in legislation valuable tools as it relates to education, the education-associated bills, and also to youth. We know about the youth card. We know I was there for that first cohort in Grand Bahama, and to see those individuals who had transitioned from a voluntary exercise to be in our very important government agencies and doing well. Madam Speaker, before I sit, I would just like to make mention of the schools in my district. In particular, Butwood Preschool, who has grown from a student population of 40 to now 56 students. They're participating in Junior Junkanoo for the first time and have been winners of two out of the last 4 preschool sporting events. And then the Cleveland Indians, which have seen its population grow from around 550 students in 2022 to 750 students today. And during that time, I've had the privilege of working with Miss Yolanda Roll, who left to go to Thelma Gibson, and now Miss Avanel Smith. Madam Speaker, in the system that we have today, we have seen at Cleveland Indians the honor roll rise from 49 to 80 to 101, and now 157 students, Madam Speaker. The past award ceremony saw 6 students on the principal's list, 20 students on the vice principal list, and 131 on the honor roll. That is progress, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister of Education. When the UNESCO executives were in town, they visited Cleveland East and saw the work and the progress of the kids that were there. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to have sponsored the Golden Eagles in their first Junior Junkanoo Parade. It was unfortunate that some logistical errors did not cause us to win. You know, we had some transportation issues, so we got there late. But we would have definitely been in the top two. Madam Speaker, Rake and Scrape Band has now launched at Cleveland East. We have won 9 primary school track and field championships. We're going for number 10. And finally, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank Corporate Bahamas for partnering with me in the provision of some 25 computers to Cleveland East. We have a computer lab of 21, and 4 others were donated to needy individuals. And this is, the government can't do everything, and we thank those individuals. And I'd like to, I know it's going to embarrass him, but I'd like to single out Mr. Tony Ferguson of Kalina, who donated the bulk of those computers. Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm quoting a few speakers in here, education is the great equalizer. We must provide our kids with the tools needed for success in education. We need cutting-edge programs to move our country forward. The government has invested heavily in human and equipment resources. There are a suite of programs that have been implemented, led by the Minister of Education and her team. Madam Speaker, the member for Garden Hills laid out the Youth Commission and other youth programs. Madam Speaker, again, I commend the government and the ministers involved and their technical team. Pinewood supports Pinewood Rest, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I rise again in this honorable place as the Lord woke me up and clothed me in my right mind again this morning, and has kept me strong during the day, Madam Speaker. That's very important, Madam Speaker. Sometimes when I come to this place, I question that in some, and that's why I always say it. Madam Speaker, I rise to close this debate, and I will be as quick as possible, Madam Speaker, because I always find that I have to address matters that have absolutely nothing to do with the debate, but has found their way in here by virtue of what I would say is desperate persons. It's truly desperate, Madam Speaker, for the Deputy Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition to mention consultants. And he said, he quoted some number for consultants. And the estimates for consultants in this budget year is $57 million, Madam Speaker. And the second largest single allocation in this budget year happens to be to education. And it happens to be a sum to address services related to student learning loss, skills gap initiative, and other related school programs, including accreditation for the national examinations. That was accomplished by a consultancy contract. And so, Madam Speaker, he then says, I should say what it is, having jumped up and thrown out a large figure, much larger than 57 million. And this is out of the book Politics as well, Madam Speaker. And I saw Angliston sit quietly because she knew well about that consultancy and the cost of it. But that is how you make a mockery of yourself, Madam Speaker. You assume that people will not call you out. Well, I'm calling him out, Madam Speaker. Consultancy, I suppose he says we shouldn't spend that much to investigate learning loss and accredit our national exam. By the way, Madam Speaker, the largest single line item covering only one thing for consultancy is tugboat services. I guess he does not think we should spend about $5 million to put the cruise ships on and off their moorings, the cruise ships that bring millions and millions and millions of tourists here, and millions and millions and millions of dollars. That is the type of desperate conduct, Madam Speaker, that we have infecting these debates. And then, Madam Speaker, we have, and Angliston spoke to it, we have the sort of desperation talking about safety in schools. When they removed the police from schools, and people were murdered, people were stabbed, there was a proliferation of fights around the schools. And we, Madam Speakers, are the ones who return police to schools. But what is more important is not just return the police to schools, but the member for Angliston, when she was given a police officer, promptly sent them off for training to be proper school resource officers. So they may be police officers by training, but they're school resource officers by special training. And you only have to see them on the campus, Madam Speaker, to see that they are making a difference. And in case, Madam Speaker, the country would like to know, we have private schools asking if we can provide school resource officers for their campuses, but because they're not public schools, we're unable to at this time, although once we address more of the manpower issues, the Commissioner may be minded to entertain discussions with them. But, Madam Speaker, just about every member of the official opposition did something that was amazing. They recounted the great accomplishments of the Minnis administration.
Wow, they did. Yes.
They did. Every single one of them,
Yes, they did.
without exception. And they recounted them. And you know, Madam Speaker, we say we don't claim that we created the world or that we created everything in the Bahamas or that Kalani was totally bad. He was mostly bad, but he wasn't totally bad. But they, Madam Speaker, make a case and made a case again in here today that he was like sliced bread.
Yes.
And he still don't have a nomination, even after they had their underwhelming, what was it called? They had their underwhelming campaign launch. He was not there. Neither, Madam Speaker, were many senior persons who would have played a part in that great administration whose record they touted here this evening. Again, not all nominated persons spoke, but that's not unusual. He may have been somewhere else doing something else. But Madam Speaker, every time I hear them tout the record of Kalani, because he was the Prime Minister, and I look at him, I just feel so sorry. I get old now, I easy to cry these days. But you know, it could almost bring a tear to your eyes. Madam Speaker, like Southern Shores, I live for my children and my grandchildren. I happen to have 3 grandchildren. But Madam Speaker, you must feel for Kalani. Not yet. But Madam Speaker, you have to feel for him. They feel that some people said this might be the last time we're in the House. I don't know that they're right. But even if it were the last time in the House, the last time they get to publicly address the people in this parliament in their minds, they singing a man's praises, the praises of an administration whose leader they have kicked to the curb completely. So that's something I would hope that the Bahamian people reflect on over the last 4.5 years and never forget. Madam Speaker, I was highly disappointed in Marco City. Unfortunately, that is nothing new. Madam Speaker, it's when you try to play on emotive issues that is very disappointing. And you know the passport, immigration, and motive issue. That's not as personal to me because I'm purebred Ragged Island, Wallace and Monroe, that's not an issue for me. Madam Speaker, I am particularly disturbed about trying to play the emotional card called the protection of disabled persons who are described as particular learners. You see, Madam Speaker, I began at Ragged Island All-Age School. Then I journeyed on to the Centerville Primary School, which is now the Judith Thompson Primary School, named after our principal. And then I went to a grant and aid school. And so, Madam Speaker, I have experienced all aspects of education other than homeschooling. But Marco City, just as he tries to play an emotional card on the passports and does so badly, tries to play an emotional card with regard to parents of children with disabilities. And as I said, Madam Speaker, it's personal to me because I have a child on the spectrum. And Angliston will remember that about 3-4 years ago, after meeting with Dwayne and Kim Gibson of REACH, I had a discussion with them because I went to their Lighted Up Blue at QC. And after that event, I met with them. And the first thing I said, Madam Speaker, is when you wish to shape public policy, you must have an idea of how many people you're dealing with. And I suggested to them that REACH may seek to be proactive and catalog the numbers of special children in this country. I discussed that with Angliston. And I see, Madam Speaker, that Angliston has done better than that in this piece of legislation, in that it is now the obligation of the government to create that register so they know what's involved. And may I say this, Madam Speaker, we keep talking about who is responsible for this piece of legislation and who worked on this piece of legislation, which is exactly 35 pages long. Not very long. I happen to know who worked on it in our administration and the nature of the work done in our administration, and Angliston, the member for Angliston, is to be commended. But what is very telling is that you don't try to play with people's emotions unduly. And that is what I saw Marco City doing. And it is fortunate, Madam Speaker, that I was not in the chamber for most of it, because I find we're getting to the end of Lent and your patience wears out over time. But it is despicable, Madam Speaker, and I say it as the parent of a special child, because we're told that God gives special children to special parents, that a man would try to use children emotively. That is the ultimate form of desperation. And Angliston kept warning them, keep the children out of it. You're not supposed to do that. And so, Madam Speaker, I feel compelled to say, as a member of Parliament, as a policymaker, as a lawyer of going on, must felt 1990 is how many years now? Going on 40 years. And as one of His Majesty's lawyer, counsel learned in the law, I picked up this legislation. I paid particular attention to clauses 37, 38, 39, and I felt particularly relieved that for the first time, Madam Speaker, a government was bold enough to put on itself the burden of this testing. And as a parent who had to arrange this testing for my child, Madam Speaker, it is not an inexpensive proposition. So when I hear a lack of appreciation for the obligation that Angliston put out, but I'm not sure she gave it enough amplification, that to go through this testing is expensive. For most people, it is prohibitively expensive, and that is why it's not done by most people today. And for government to take that on and to relieve parents of special children from doing it, certainly the parent of every special child in Freetown, thanks you, Angliston. You ought not to play with the children. You ought not to try to use children as pawns. It is not gentlemanly conduct. And Madam Speaker, if I seem upset, it's because I am. It's just mind-boggling the lengths that people would go to seek to have power, especially after the chaplain of this House spoke on that. This morning, it's just amazing that you would try to use children as pawns, because that is what you're doing. It's bad enough when you try to use immigrants as pawns in this passport immigration thing, because at least a lot of them are big grown people. But when you use children or attempt to use children as pawn, Madam Speaker, to me, that is unforgivable. Unforgivable, Madam Speaker. These children do not deserve to seek to be used as pawns in any game. They don't play, and St. Anne's, you know, Madam Speaker, St. Anne's sat there, and I wouldn't like to disclose something, but St. Anne's sat there and listened to it and said not.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
If we're not to use children as pawns, then the member for Freetown should not belabor the use of children as pawns. He's using them as a pawn now on the other side of the argument. And with regard to don't bring the children into it, a comment was made from a seat at the beginning of Freetown's contribution that children were murdered, students were murdered under the last administration, not on school campus, not on school campus. I've been looking all over the internet. I see the Anatole Rogers incident. A student was stabbed there, and another student was charged with attempted murder in the Doris Johnson, which was a mile away from campus. The point is, if you're going to claim the high road, then claim it and move on. Don't belabor the point. Don't belabor it, because you're using children as pawns in your argument. You're using children as pawns now in your closing.
Madam Speaker, you know, I did say that when I rise to wrap up, it is always unfortunate. You know what you don't get to do? You don't get to do it, put it in the arena, and then walk away from it. That's not how it works. When you are guilty of despicable conduct, you don't get to avoid accountability. The chaplain spoke about that as well this morning.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
For Freetown is going to identify the instance of despicable conduct that was carried out in this honourable House We're talking about an education bill, and now it's despicable to mention children. We're talking about an education bill, and now it's despicable to mention children that have special needs and disabilities. These are all covered under the Act. Freetown is now attempting to portray, at the end of a very long day, a completely different debate scenario, and it is not favorable not only to Freetown, but it's not favorable to this honorable House to refer to another member's contribution in this House on education, on matters arising under education, as despicable. Madam Speaker, he may continue, but such words, I would ask, not remain on the record. I would ask that the word despicable be removed from the record. And if he wishes to continue this for another 30 hours in his typical order, Madam Speaker, then I'll be here for the next 29 and a half.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I will withdraw despicable and say it completely lacks honor, probity, and good taste. Madam Speaker, that is what you don't get to do, but what they always do. Consultants, travel, this, that, and then they just leave it. But Madam Speaker, I am not built that way. As I say, I'm purebred Ragged Island. We're not born that way. We're not bred that way. And you can't get us to go that way. The very simple matter, Madam Speaker, is and no other description of a government taking on an obligation, removing a great expense that many parents can't afford, and then doing what is done everywhere else in the civilized world could be described other than a meritorious thing to do. And at some point, Madam Speaker, you can always say, that's a very good job you've done. And that's it. You don't need to do anything else. You lose credibility when you act in a manner like that, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Angliston has set it out perfectly on these two bills. We're told that everyone supports them, other than the little changes that they suggest. Garden Hills has. Freetown supports, Madam Speaker, and Freetown asks the Bahamian people never to forget. And I would ask you to move to put the question.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to modernize, amend, and consolidate the law relating to the education system in the Bahamas. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to modernize, amend, and consolidate the law relating to the education system in the Bahamas.
For the second readings?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of the Early Child Care Commission bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish the Early Childhood Care Commission and its governing board to provide for the regulation, management, and operational framework of daycare centers and preschools, and to repeal the Early Childhood Care Act and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for the second time and committed.
A bill for an act to establish the Early Childhood Care Commission and its governing board to provide for the regulation, management, and operational framework of daycare centers and preschools, and to repeal the Early Childhood Care Act and for connected purposes.
For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading committal of the National Youth Commission bill.
Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish the National Youth Commission for the purpose of promoting youth development, empowerment, and engagement, and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for the second time and committed.
Bill for an act to establish the National Youth Commission for the purpose of promoting youth development, empowerment, and engagement, and for connected purposes.
Yes, okay.
Move that the House to dissolve itself into the committee of the whole with the member for Naughty Lucifer in the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair.
Making amendments? Any amendments? Okay. One sec.
Mr. Chairman, the education bill, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
And I move that Section 1, the short title of the bill, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
And I move, Mr. Chairman, that clauses 2 to 35 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 35 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good member for Long Island did raise an issue with regard to Section 35 that I think the member for Engliston took note of, and that is a discrepancy between 35 subsection 2, the director may order the modification of instruction, and then subsection 3, where the minister makes an order pursuant to subsection 2. There's no mention in the legislation of the minister in subsection 2 of section 35. So if this is passing, consideration should be given to whether it is in subsection 2, the director, or the minister that should be there, or in section 3, the director or the minister that should be there.
The director acts with regard to public schools. That's the first two words on line 2. And the minister acts with regard to private schools. That's the last two words on line 2. They're actually different schools. So the director can act with regard a school in the public school system, but he cannot act with regard a school in the private school system, and that requires action by the minister.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
So the reference to the minister making an order pursuant to subsection 2, where there's no mention in subsection 2 of the minister, is fine with Freetown and the government?
As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 2 through 35 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that Clause 36 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for South and Central Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to make an amendment on Clause 36 of the bill, and the amendment to be made in subsection 1, insert immediately after the words "in clause learning," where it appears a second time, the words "except in those circumstances where a subject is delivered by virtual instruction."
Thank you, honourable member. It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that clauses 37 to 44 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 37 through 44 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 37 through 44 is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that clause 45 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses, the chair recognizes the honourable member for South and Central Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the amendment be made to Clause 45A to delete subsection 2 and substitute the following: open bracket 2, close bracket, the minister may, subject to the availability of resources, provide textbooks or other essential resources to ensure a child to whom this act applies is able to access and benefit from educational opportunities. Also, 45, subsection B, delete subsection number 4. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
And that clauses 46 to 73 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 46 through 73 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 46 through 73 is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Next, Mr. Chairman, the Early Childhood Care Commission bill. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of this bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that clauses 1 to 42 of the bill be agreed.
One through.
42.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that clauses 1 through 42 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 1 through 42 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the first schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the first schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The first schedule of the bill is agreed.
I move, Mr. Chairman, that the second schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the second schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The second schedule of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, now the National Youth Commission Bill 2026. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that clauses 1 to 34 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 1 through 34 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 1 through 34 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the schedule to the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the House do resume with the Speaker in the chair.
It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bills, having made several amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Education Bill 2026.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to modernize, amend, and consolidate the law relating to the education system in the Bahamas. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for the third time and passed.
A bill for an act to modernize, amend, and to consolidate the law relating to the education system in the Bahamas.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Education Act 2026. Further third readings?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Early Childhood Care Commission Bill 2026.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to establish the Early Childhood Care Commission and its governing board to provide for the regulation, management, and operational framework of daycare centers and preschools, and to repeal the Early Childhood Care Act and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for the third time and pass.
A bill for an act to establish the Early Childhood Care Commission and its governing board to provide for the regulation, management, and operational framework of daycare centers and preschools, and to repeal the Early Childhood Care Act and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Early Childhood Care Commission Act 2026. For the third readings?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the National Youth Commission Bill 2026.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded the following bill be read for the third time and passed. A bill for an act to establish the National Youth Commission for the purpose of promoting youth development, empowerment, and engagement, and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for the third time and passed.
A bill for an act to establish the National Youth Commission for the purpose of promoting youth development, empowerment, and engagement, and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be National Youth Commission Act 2026. Further third readings?
No further third readings.
Thank you, honorable member. Ordered that the clerk do take the bills passed by this House today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate amendments, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for snacks.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had raised last time in the House that there are massive potholes that existing after water and sewage conducted work on Easton Road. Those are in the area of Sir Franklin Wilson and Lady Sharon Wilson's property, as well as a few other residents in the immediate area. There's also road damage. Other constituencies may experience this. This is primarily a result of poinciana trees, which apparently when they come into contact with solid rock will go above it. So we have sections of lifted road. It's like natural speed bumps, but it can be very damaging to vehicles. Those areas are on Wild Tamarin Drive, which is the entrance from Eastern Road into Camperdown, also on Bonnie Way, and then finally on Commonwealth Avenue. Constituents have identified potholes on Camperdown Drive by Dodge Road, Madam Speaker, that need to be addressed. I know as we put in over $70,000 worth of outdoor exercise equipment on the Sapphire Sunset Ridge Park this year, this term under the constituency capital grant money, that the park at Sapphire Ridge, Sunset Ridge is in desperate need of swing seats. We haven't received any new park equipment from the Parks and Beaches Authority. Madam Speaker, we use capital grant money for the outdoor exercise equipment, but if the Parks and Beaches Authority can use some of the money to replace the swing seats there, that'd be appreciated. With regard to Ministry of Energy, parks and lights are needed at that Sapphire Ridge, Sunset Ridge Park. Lights are in place but not on. Maybe it's a bulb issue, but there seems to be instances at the Nassau East North Park where the power for the park lights to come on at night gets connected, and then somebody apparently has swayed to have those disconnected. I brought this up before and was hoping that the Minister for Central and South Eleuthera, who's the Minister of Works, would address this long outstanding issue, but at Fishnet Park, which is that private area next to the St. Anne's Fish Market, the Montague Fish Ramp, it has massive amounts of asphalt that was dug up either during the Village Road improvement exercise or the Eastern Road improvement exercise between the Montague Fish Ramp and Dix Point. That is built up. There's now cement and iron debris there as well. That could all be removed. When regatta comes around, a number of people use that area to park. commercial boats, fishing boats, as well as jet ski operators park their vehicles and trailers there. There's even mattresses now that are building up in that location. So even actually the member for Yamacraw, my constituency neighbor, as Minister of Environment, might take responsibility to have all of that environmental waste removed, Madam Speaker. And I would like to bring up a final point before I close, and that is, as we approach the full-on campaign period, beside the leader from the respective two major parties and even the leader from additional parties, I don't think that other members of Parliament or other candidates should erect their campaign signs within the boundaries of other constituencies. It gives an indication, Madam Speaker, that they may not be familiar with where their boundaries are of their constituency, or it's a complete disregard for the candidate that's actually running for their own party in that constituency. There's a case in my constituency in the Yamacraw Hill Road area, Madam Speaker, and I would just ask that maybe everyone can agree, beside the leader of their respective parties, candidates would keep their signs to their own constituencies. And as I close, Madam Speaker, I'm just going to recite a verse from the Bible. And tonight's Bible verse, Madam Speaker, is from Philippians chapter 2, verse 4. It says, each of you should look not only to your own interests, but also to the interests of others. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Garden Hills.
Rise this moment that just to recognize Devon Charlton for a three-peat in indoor world champion and also with tied her world record time at 7.65 seconds. She'll be home tomorrow, so I'm expected to be there at the airport and her family to welcome her home as we should do as a world champion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Appointment of select committees. Instruction to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exumas and Regular.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice of the following resolution. Whereas the Grand Bahama Energy Company Limited is a company incorporated under the Companies Act 1992, Chapter 308 of the Statute Law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, bearing registration number 1501567. And whereas the company is a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government of the Bahamas for the purpose of acquiring all the ordinary voting shares, purchase shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company Limited. And whereas the company is desirous of borrowing the sum of $200 million from a consortium of banks led by Standard Chartered Bank for the purposes of acquiring the purchase shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company. Now therefore be it resolved, this House approves the government of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all monies borrowed by the company under the loan agreement between the company and the banks in the sum of $200 million in order to acquire the purchase shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company.
Order that the notice be brought up. Order the notice to lie on the table. Further notices?
Madam Speaker, I give notice of the following resolution. Whereas the Grand Bahama Energy Company Limited is a wholly incorporated company under the Companies Act 1992, Chapter 308 of the Statute Law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, bearing registration number 1501567. And whereas the company is a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government of the Bahamas for the purpose of acquiring all the ordinary voting shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company, hereafter GBPC. And whereas the company is desirous of borrowing the sum of $80 million from the Royal Bank Bahamas Limited for the purpose of assisting with capital expenditure and working capital for the company. Now, therefore, be it resolved, this House approves the government of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all monies borrowed by the company under the loan agreement between the company and the bank in the sum of $80 million Bahamian dollars for the purpose of assisting with capital expenditure and working capital for the company.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order and notice to lie on the table. Future notices? Further notices? The chair recognizes here, Honorable Member Michael.
I give notice of the following resolution. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter referred to as the Treasurer, a corporation sole established under Section 4.1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, Revised Statute Laws of the Bahamas, 2000, hereafter referred to as the Act, is seized in fee simple of possession of the hereditaments more particularly described in the schedule hereto, hereinafter referred to as the said hereditaments. And whereas the Treasurer wishes to convey to the Minister responsible for housing, the Minister, the said hereditaments in order to make land available for housing development by way of sale, lease, or otherwise for the persons of low or middle income and for uses related thereto. And therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3A of the Ministry of Finance Act, this House approves the conveyance of the said land in the schedule to the Minister responsible for housing for a nominal amount of $10 Bahamian.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order the notice to lie on the table. Further notices? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Good night, Madam Speaker. I give notice of the following resolution. Whereas by declaration of intended acquisition dated the 6th day of October 2025 and published in the Extraordinary Gazette dated the 8th of October 2025, the Minister responsible for the acquisition and disposition of lands, the promoter, declared that it was his intention to acquire the land described in the schedule hereto for a public purpose, namely making land available by way of sale, lease, or otherwise for the housing of persons of low or middle income and for uses related thereto. And whereas, by notice of possession dated the 12th of March 2026 and published in the Extraordinary Gazette dated the 17th of March 2026, the said land has been appropriated by the Minister responsible for acquisition and disposition of lands. And whereas, the Treasurer wishes to transfer the fee simple of the said land to the Minister responsible for housing, the Minister, in order to make land available by way of sale, lease, or otherwise for the persons of low or middle income and for uses related thereto. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3, subsection A of the Ministry of Finance Act, this House approves the conveyance of the said land to the Minister responsible for housing for a nominal fee of $10 Bahamian.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order the notice to lie on the table. Further notices? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I give notice of the following resolution. Whereas the Public Hospital Authorities, PHA, is a body corporate established under Section 3 of the Public Hospital Authorities Act, Chapter 34, which is responsible for the management of the hospitals known as the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Rand Memorial Hospital, and the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center. And whereas by way of a resolution dated 10th March 2025, the House of Assembly approved the government resolution for the government, approve the guarantee resolution for the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all sums borrowed by PHA from a consortium of banks led by CIBC Caribbean Bank, Bahamas Limited, the banks, through a credit agreement dated the 3rd November 2025, the credit agreement between the PHA and the banks in the amount of $75 million. And whereas the PHA has requested that the bank make available an additional credit facility in the sum of $34 million, the increased commitment to purchase Doctors Hospital Harborside for use as a medical hospital with a full physical therapy department and to house PHA's academy. And whereas the parties wish to amend the credit agreement and the guarantee to provide for the increased commitment, and whereas it is a precondition that the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas guarantee repayment to the banks for the increased commitment or any part thereof which the PHA as borrower may fail to repay. And whereas by virtue of Section 43 of the Public Debt Management Act 2021, number 6 of 2021, no guarantee involving a financial liability shall be binding upon the government unless with the prior approval of the House of Assembly signified by resolution thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves the government of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all monies that may become due and payable in respect of the principal and interest by the PHA under the credit agreement as amended, including the increased commitment of $34 million.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order the notice to lie on the table. Further notices?
Madam Speaker, just on that notice given by Freetown, I clearly recall the Minister for Health, Tall Pines, previously making a statement that that property had already been acquired, that it's interesting now. It'll be interesting to see the documentation relative to it. Maybe he spoke when he thought they were close, but he has stated already that they had purchased this property, and that would have been a month or more going back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
As Exuma and Ragged Island says, the matter will be explained at length. It's an increased commitment, and it's with regard to the same financing. I would renew, Madam Speaker, all notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member Sinahans.
And I renew all notices in the name of the opposition, Madam Speaker, including the many questions that have not been answered.
Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 25th of March at 10 a.m.
Seconded. Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 25th of March, 2026 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 25th of March at 10 a.m.
Seconded. Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 25th of March, 2026 at 10 a.m.